And welcome everyone watching. Here we are live from Latvia, Riga, and I'm here with Anna Muzychuk. This is we had the FIDE yesterday, Anna. The FIDE here at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Anna, what did you do on the FIDE yesterday?
I enjoyed my day off. Yeah, half of the tournament behind, half of the tournament ahead. I did some walking. I really liked watching some places in Riga. I like the architecture. I like the streets.
It's fantastic. The buildings here are just amazing, yeah?
Yeah, and the weather was good, so.
The weather was good. The weather's gone down a little bit today, to be honest. But anyway, I did the same as you. I walked around and took some photos and just had a nice time.
Some parks.
And lots of parks, that's right. Okay, now format. This is the format, Anna, the women's format. We say this every day, but just to remind everyone and also new viewers, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then 30 minutes for the rest of the game with the 30-second increments. And Anna, those are the results from round 6.
Yeah, in round 6 we saw many decisive results in the women's section. We see a lot of wins by white, just 3 draws on the top 10 board, and 1 win by black color. So Alina Kaslinskaya a bit of
That's right, just 3 draws out of 10 there on the top 10 boards. Fantastic fighting chess. And those are the current women's standings. We have a single leader, as you can all see. Lei Tingji from China has 5 points out of 6, followed by 4 players on 4.5. Nino from Georgia, Elizabeth from Germany, Su Jiner from China, and Natalia Pogonina from Russia. And today's pairings, Anna.
Yeah, I really look forward to seeing these games because I believe there will be many fighting games, especially in the women's section. So we can see Nina Batsashvili facing Lei Tingji on the top board. Also Elizabeth Pets, Natalia Pogonina. This I believe will be also an interesting game. Alexandra Kostanyuk versus a young player from China, Zhu Jiner. I believe we will see a real fight in that game. My sister facing Leila Javahishvili on board 4 and Jolanta Zawadzka versus Harika Dronavali. Yeah,
lots of. Also, just a quick note there on board 10, we see a Latvian woman grandmaster Laura Roguli having a good event, and she's playing former women's world champion Antoaneta Stefanova.
And the Kazakh fight is Zunsayev Abdumalik versus Bibisara Sobaeva. This would be a huge one.
This is the format for the open events. Of course, both tournaments are 11 rounds, 100 minutes for the first 40, then 50 minutes. So that's the extra block of time they get for 20 moves, and then 50 minutes for the rest of the game. Also with the 30-second increments. And Anna, those are the results from round 6.
Round 6 was quite peaceful, as we can see in the open section, but the games were really fighting.
They absolutely were.
For example, the fight on the first top 2 boards, Alexei Shirov versus Alireza Firouzov and Evgeny Nair against Fabiano Caruana. Real drama we saw.
Absolute drama. And also Fabiano claiming 3-4 repetition at the end there in a position which we thought he was going to really be suffering in.
Maxim Ashilagro won a nice game against Pavel Pankratov, and Krishna Sashkiran won against Alexander Predke, and after this win he became one of the leaders of the event.
Correct. There we see 5 players on 4.5 points, including Ali Reza and Maxim, Yevgeny Najer, Krishna and Sashikiran, who's moved up to the joint leaderboard, and Alexei Shirov having a fantastic tournament. Of course, born and bred here in Riga, Latvia, although he plays for Spain. And those are today's pairings, Anna.
So Alireza Firouzov versus Evgeny Nair, Krishan Sashkiran versus Maxim Ashilagro, Andrei Yesipenko versus Alexei Shirov, the clash of generations once again.
And then a clash of the Americans.
And then the clash of the Americans, Fabiano Caruana against Samuel Seven.
And lots of other very exciting pairings there, as you can see. And that's just the top 10 boards, of course. Okay, Anna, tell us now, please remind viewers, or maybe for the first time if they're joining the show, how they can vote for what they think the results are going to be.
My favorite part of the show, of course. Don't forget that there is an option to vote on the results of the games. Here is the video and the explanation of how you can do that. So just go to chess.com/events, then select the tournament and the game you wish to vote on. Just for example, you can predict some of the results on the top boards, or maybe you're rooting for your favorite players, so just go and select that game and predict the result, and let's hope you will win some prize by guessing it correctly.
And just also, Anna, they have to vote, do they not, before move 10 of black, is that right?
Yeah, sure. You can do it only before black's made its 10 move, so be fast and don't miss this opportunity.
Brilliant. Okay. Thanks for that. So we'll be right back, a very, very short break, and then back with the start of the round, and the players are currently arriving at the playing hall, taking their seats, and the games to start very, very soon. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Welcome back, everyone. We have the broadcast from the playing hall. Here we see Alireza Firouzja on board 1. His opponent is not there yet, but I believe Evgeny Nair is about to arrive soon.
And in fact, has the game started? Because Alireza has, as we can see, his pawn is on e4, and so the games must just have started. And we can see the clock there showing that he's pressed his clock, and of course black is to play.
By the way, I investigated a little bit, and I found out that Firouzja faced Nair only in one blitz game on Title Tuesday tournament.
Did you see his shoes, by the way, Anna? Did you see the shoes that he's wearing?
Yeah.
Alireza, just to remind about the dress code.
Evgeny Nair just arrived. So which opening?
Sort of sneakers.
Warning?
Well, I don't know. Did you see his shoes there? Just from that shot?
Well, it
before
was
the camera?
shown just for 1 second.
It was shown well, a little more than 1 second. Anyway, so they've only played in the title. They've just played online, in other words.
Yeah, and it was played actually just a few months ago. That game ended in a draw.
And a Petrov or Russian defense.
A Russian player playing a Russian defense.
Right. Super solid start from black. Let's see which line Alireza goes for.
And this is the famous habit of the chess player. You make a few moves and then you put the jacket off.
Well, some players. I always found it a bit difficult to play in a jacket. I almost always took my jacket off if I wore a jacket to the game.
You know, many players can even do it without standing up, so they just put it. I mean, we are so used to it, so we are so professional, we can even do it by sitting.
So this is today's top board game. Anna, of course, there are 2 very valuable candidates places at stake, aren't there, in the open event?
Yeah, besides a great tournament and opportunity to face really strong opponents, of course, the players, especially the top-rated players, they are fighting for the 2 spots. The top 2 finishers in this event will qualify to the candidates tournament, and in a women's tournament, there is only the first place, only one place who will qualify. One girl, one woman who will qualify to the candidates tournament. So the stakes are high, and as we are approaching. We're going more towards the end. I think the pressure is higher, and especially those one who are playing on the top boards, they really want to qualify and to have an opportunity to play in the candidates
Somebody
tournament.
mentioned, I think it was on social media, that if Alexandra Goryachkina were to qualify from the open event, she'd be in both candidates tournaments. She'd be in both women's and also the other candidates.
Yeah, and actually in that case she would be able to play in both events because they don't clash in dates. Many tournaments, they are played in the same days. Like, for example, this one here we have Grand Swiss and Grand Swiss for women. But the candidates, they are played in different times. So, yeah, if she did it...
That would be something amazing, wouldn't it?
Well, of course, it would have been great, but I think that in this tournament it was, like, for her, quite a difficult task to do that.
But she's doing all right. I don't know. We'll have a look at her game later today, and I think she's on 50%, maybe, or +1 even. No, I'm not exactly sure, but we'll have a look at her game as well later today.
Perhaps.
Or -1, I'm not sure.
Or -2.
Okay, so on board 2 and 3, Anna, do you want to have a quick look at the openings? There we see India's Krishnan Sasikiran
against Maxim, and a lone theoretical neither of battle. A sharp variation with this f3, and
the English attack, Anna, so called.
When white goes into the lone castle and the black castle short. g4, b5. Yeah, very often we see g5 before. So both sides are attacking the kings.
Do you call this the English attack in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah? Good. I'm pleased about that. In the 1980s, this line was really developed by players like John Nunn, Nigel Short, Murray Chandler, who was playing and representing England at the time, and others. 6 F3, F3 and Bishop E3.
These players have faced each other in 2 games, both ended in a draw, but these games were played long ago, one in 2010 and one in 2015. I'd also like to mention that Sasha Kiran was the player who crossed 2700 long ago. I think his peak rating was 2720 in 2012.
What?
And
I didn't know that.
yeah,
Right.
and then he dropped quite a lot of points, I think. Well, right now we see him on 2640, but he's definitely a very interesting player. He's the player who always likes some fighting games. He can start his games with both e4 and d4 on move 1.
He's 40 years old, Anna. Born in Chennai, or Madras as it was when he was born. Now, of course, or for many years, Chennai. The same as Vichy Anand, same hometown. And I'm sure that he's been Vichy's second, at least in one of his World Championship matches, probably more, and training camps and so on.
He's a very strong player, I agree. Okay, I think that here we will see a long theoretical battle. Let's take a look at board number 3, Andrei Stepenko against Alexei Shirov. And again, the same variation.
The same variation. We've had this...
which was successful for Alexei. He won his game against Ivan Saric, but here White opted for another line, so
Okay.
a5. This we have seen a couple of times. Bishop a7, bishop e3.
Not quite the same, is it?
Yeah, not quite the same, yeah. So this is the current position.
So Andrei Yesipenko, one of many very, very strong and young Russian players.
In the vacancy tournament, he beat Magnus Carlsen.
That's
And
right.
he was really very happy about this game.
Alexei, they're wearing a kind of a chessboard shirt, kind of. Anyway, a Czech design. Black and white.
You know, these players, they have played against each other a couple of times, but many of these games were played in this Nutcracker tournament organized in Moscow, where young players are facing kind of an older generation, and they play in a 7-game system. So yeah, they have played a couple of times. I also remember one more game. They played recently at the European Club Cup, where Alexei won his game with the black pieces, and I think there they had Italian on the board. Andrei played with white, and Alexei was black. So
That was just recently, right? That was a few months ago.
just a little bit more
A
than
bit
1
more,
month
all right,
ago.
okay.
But yeah, quite a recent game.
All right, so this is Alexei on the move here with black, and having a really fine event so far. And drawing the day before the FIDE with Alireza Firouzja in that French defense, where he was certainly under pressure. But he sacrificed a pawn, didn't he? As true to his style, Alexei. I think he sacrifices more or less every game. And lots of fans, of course, here in Latvia will be supporting him.
Okay, board number 4, Fabiano Caruana against Samuel 7. This will be a very interesting game, I believe. 2 Americans facing each other. Recently, at the US Championship, Fabiano lost to Samuel in the classical game,
Right.
but then when there was a tie for the first place and there was a tiebreak, he won on tiebreak.
So this was a Nimzo Indian defense, Anna, and we can see a very sharp line.
Yeah, usually fourth move f3 is leading to the sharp lines. And it has become quite popular recently. In the last years, many players opt for this f3 move. c5.
And b5, a kind of Benko or Volga gambit. Anyway, black giving up a pawn on the queen side, offering a pawn on the queen side in order to open lines. If white were to play c takes b5, black will follow up with probably the next move, a7 to a6.
I think maybe first to take on d5
first.
to open the e file, and just to say that white is a bit behind the development.
Correct.
And yeah, then this plan was a6, maybe first rook e8 and then a6. This is very dangerous for white to take this pawn on b5, especially in this version. Actually, I believe there are not so many games like right in this position, but there are many games on the top level, like many really strong players went for this variation in the last years.
So Fabi played knight e2 to f4. That was his last move. And Sam Sevian to reply. What kind of moves, Anna, do you think? Do you think probably black should refrain from taking on c4?
Because then the bishop comes with the...
That's right. Maybe rook e8, I don't know. There's Sam.
E takes d5 looks also normal to me. Sometimes black can think about e5, but I believe playing e5 in this position, then white goes back to e2, and if black takes, so white still plays knight g3, and then having more space and the position is closed. I believe white's position is better here.
All right. We'll see what happens. So black to play, and there you can see Fabiano has left the board. And who's on the next board, Anna, today?
Next board, Anton Gihara against Daniel Dubov. How did it happen? So e3, black wants to play Grunfeld, bishop e2, d5.
This is a kind of anti-Grunfeld line, correct?
And this a4 move. Met by a5. Usually white doesn't hurry with a4 in this line. But Anton must have prepared something.
You'd expect black to reply a5, wouldn't you? And then he has the b4 square for his knight.
Yeah, this knight is more vulnerable, but yes, black gets this b4 square, so of course.
David Anton, he's 26 years old, and he's had many great successes. I think he came second one year in the European individual, silver medal. And in Gibraltar one year he did really well. I think he also came second there, or in a tie for second. And Tartu Challengers, I think he's won the Tartu Beat tournament. I think he won that even just a year or two ago.
In 1 year he had a really great result at this Isle of Man tournament.
Also, yeah.
Yeah.
And what can you tell us about Daniil Dubov, Anna?
Daniil Dubov, a young player from Russia, a former world rapid champion, a very creative player, the player who always comes up with some extraordinary ideas in the openings, with both white and black pieces. So he's ready to take risks even when he's playing with white. He was the second of Magnus Carlsen during a couple of events. And
I think he's also somebody who says what he thinks and sits down. He has just
a very direct person.
Very direct and very entertaining also in that way. And he also, when he plays chess, he just sits down and thinks he can, and he's right, he could beat anyone, of course. So full of confidence and yeah, a very nice player to watch.
Sometimes he looks like he is bored by the position, but in fact I don't believe. I think he likes chess really a lot.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And he has a chess piece, a pawn, I think, there in his, must be a pawn in his fingers there. We've seen some players doing this.
And the day before yesterday, he won a really nice game with the piece sacrifice and then the exchange sacrifice in the end against Ivan Saric.
Yeah, Ivan had started really well, didn't he, this tournament, and then he's sort of fallen back.
Yeah, then he lost 2 in a row against Alexei Sherov and then against Daniil Dubov.
But still time to get back, because 5 rounds. still to play, so the players in the middle of the field can easily get to the top again for the closing rounds. So which move has Daniel played? Knight c6.
Bishop e3, knight c6 on the board.
I have to say, Anna, in general, I mean, I don't know the theory of this line, but it seems to me that as white, one would rather have the pawns on a2 and a7.
Well, it depends, because with the pawn on a4, it's easier to push d5. We don't have to worry about bishop b2 because we have this rook a2 move. And another advantage of having a4, a5 for white is that, again, after we play a d5, let's say the knight moves somewhere, it's more difficult for black to push c6, the standard move with
That's
the
right. Yeah, that
with
is
they
true.
want to do to trade the central pawn.
Interesting, yeah. Pluses and minuses, of course. Every time you move a pawn, Anna, you weaken a square, but then you also sort of provoke a weakness. So you have to give and take.
Both players play quite fast. Only 2 minutes spent by white, and we see castle on the board. Also just 4 minutes spent by Daniel, so I believe both players are still very much familiar with this position.
Right.
Okay, next game, board number 6, Yu Yang-Yi against Bogdan Daniel Deak. It's anti-Berlin. First move d3, bishop c5, c3, and d5. Yeah,
Oh,
black
very early d5 there, yes.
there are basically 2 plans for black, d5 now or after castling, or d6.
So he's played d5.
Yeah, d5 is more concrete. Takes, bishop c4, queen d6. Before bishop b6, knight d2.
There we see the players. David Anton on the right there, Alexandra Kostyuk on the left.
I played exactly the same line against Alexandra Goryachkina at the last Women's World Cup. I managed to get a pleasant position with white pieces, but then I didn't convert it, and the game ended in a draw.
Right. So here you're expecting white to castle, I suppose?
Yeah, white will castle.
Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to this game later. Board number 7, David Navarro against
Yes.
Alexei Sarana. And
Another Moscow Sicilian. We've had many of these, Anna.
knight bd7, d4, and knight d4. Very rare move, but it has become popular in the last year. Even Magnus Carlsen played it with white pieces. Knight f6, castle, e6. Once again, taken on e4, as
Risky,
in
yeah?
some
Very risky.
other lines we checked. Yeah, it's very risky, as white plays rook e1, and then huge pressure on these squares. So it's not advisable to take on e4. e6 is more solid, rook e1, bishop e7, and bishop f1, preparing c4.
Now
Of
white
course-
just has to play king h1 and bring his knight back to g1 to have all his pieces on the back rank.
White could, of course, play c4 now, but if white does it in this version, then the bishop on b5 is a bit not... It's not that well placed in this system,
I
so
agree.
better to have it on f1 and only then to push c4, followed by knight c3. Then we decide where to put the dark square bishop on e3, or perhaps b3, followed by bishop b2.
There's Alexei there with the black pieces. I don't think we've been following many of his games so far, Anna, but there are just so many players here. And
Yeah, so maybe today we can try to check more games and what's going on there.
black to play.
Well, of course, we are expecting some castle or a6, some
We
typical
spoke
moves.
about David, didn't we? The other day we spoke about a book or a couple of books that he's
Yes,
written or co-written, and his sort of stories and how many languages he speaks as well. Quite amazing. So another game that we'll for sure keep you updated on during the afternoon.
Yeah, we will definitely come back to this game. And this is board number 8, Manuel Petrosyan against Anton Korobov. This one is a London system.
Right. So we went from the Moscow variation to the London system.
Okay, not so much is happening here.
No, solid start at the moment.
Board number 9, Gabriel Sargsyan against Nihal Sarin. Okay, here we have Grunfeld with G3 variation, and then this is how the position gets really symmetrical. Knight e5 met by knight f to d7. There is also knight g4.
That's right.
The move is a very similar idea to immediately attack the knight on e5, which is active, and then to be able to comfortably develop this knight from b8 to c6. So this is the idea.
I remember an old book I had, Anna, when I was a child, I guess, a young player, on the Grunfeld defense. And these systems with G3, I think they call them the Neo-Grunfeld in this particular book. You know how different lines and sidelines and variations have different names. So I think in this particular book, whichever one it was called the Neo-Grunfeld. There you are, just sharing that with you.
Okay, this Neo-Grunfeld is seen quite often because it's a very solid system for white. Usually white is at no risk when white plays these G3 setups. Sometimes the game ends by repetition, like this or like this.
Not like this. Let's hope not. Sometimes white plays f2, f4, maybe not in this position, Anna, but in these systems, doesn't he?
Yeah, actually this is possible, yeah, this f4 idea.
I think even Karpov and Kasparov had these positions, didn't they, in one or two of their matches?
But I think f4 is usually played when black firstly play e6 and then in this position.
Right, I think you're absolutely right.
So
that's right.
That's how white would prefer to have it.
That's right. Okay. Well, shall we pop back to the top boards and see how things, Alireza's game, for example?
Maybe just the last chance board, because these players are the last one to be on 4 out of 6. Aryan Tari against Sanan Sugiro. Here we have their game and another Moscow.
Another Moscow. What's happening? We see the same lines coming around, don't we?
So we are repeating.
Moscow to London and back to Moscow. So fairly quiet start.
Yeah, white is preparing d4. I think black will play either e6. Okay, I'm expecting e6 in this game, and after d4, takes, d5, e5, knight e4. Then white plays something like knight d2, takes, bishop e7. More or less equal position, but I see that Sanan, he has spent quite a lot of time and white is playing very fast, so we may assume he was not prepared for this variation. In this.
I think also, Anna, and you can share your thoughts on this, that sometimes players, of course, they're up for a big fight, they want to try and win and happy to play long games, but they maybe don't want a theoretical battle, so they choose sort of quiet openings, as it's easier with white to do that, of course. Just to get the game started, but to avoid any big debate, let's say, in certain variations.
Yeah, of course, you know that the process of preparation is a very long one, a very deep one, and there are many nuances on that. Yeah, like whom are you playing against? If your opponent is a good theoretical player or not, how wide his repertoire is, because if he plays like 10 openings, then you somehow want to maybe concentrate on some of the lines, and then some of the lines say, okay, here I'll just go there, and whatever happens will happen. If your opponent's repertoire is quite wide, you usually prefer to either find some deep idea in a long variation, or you prefer to play something less theoretical and then just to have a game.
Right.
If you were some fight.
It's also a question, I think, of how you want to spend your energy, because preparing is also tiring. If you spend 3 hours preparing before the game,
It's very typical
it's
to
tiring.
prepare.
It's
It's
a
tiring,
serious
but it's
investment
very
of energy.
normal.
And then if you get something else on the board after 3 moves, you think, wow, I've wasted all that time. I could have been just relaxing, having a walk, or just resting.
No, that depends, because sometimes you prepare like 3 hours and you still have problems. And then you see, okay, your opponent plays something new, you're actually happy. Even despite the fact you understand that, okay, all the preparation was not really needed. But then you're like, okay, your opponent plays something.
I'm pleased he avoided my preparation, which anyway had lots of holes in it and was going nowhere. I know that feeling. Okay, so this is Aryan Tari against Sanan Shugirov from Russia.
We already have a draw.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, draw in the game between Nodirbek Koboyev and Maxim Matlakov. This famous
They
repetition.
must have repeated moves. Oh, that's a disappointment, isn't it?
I don't know. You're really so much disappointed by one game.
I mean, well, yeah, it's sure, because I mean, why make a draw so fast? Plenty of other options there for both sides. But anyway,
actually, which
there's
board?
nothing against the rules. I mean, they've repeated moves and.
This is actually a bit strange.
So that game is over anyway, we believe. Okay. Anna, should we check it briefly on the top boards again?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to check on which board they played, and it was board number 35, so both of these players don't really have a great tournament so far. So maybe they just wanted to make a draw, you know, to get some points, to get more
clearly
confidence,
they're both
to
happy
get
with
more
the
rest.
draw, but they just had a rest day, Anna. We
Another
just had a
one.
rest day. The last thing you want is you don't want another rest day.
But you know, maybe the whole day yesterday they have been preparing,
Right.
and they are actually tired.
Tired from that. Sometimes 3 days can be quite tiring, huh? It's true. It's like you get in your rhythm and everything sort of changes, and then you have the day off and you can, for example, go walking all over the place. And there was an excursion yesterday. Anna, did you take the excursion? Did you go on the excursion?
I really wish to, but then I learned that the excursion starts at 10.
What's wrong with that?
And this is where it
What's wrong with
starts
that?
and where it ends. Yeah,
You
if
think
it
it's
was
unreasonably early, 10 o'clock. Actually, the bus is left about 10:15, I can tell you.
okay,
So
but
it was
you don't
more
know
like
that the bus would leave later, so you're expecting the bus to leave at 10, and before 10 you have to wake up, you need to have breakfast, you
Well.
need to do some preparations. And
Anna, should we just very quickly just bring up, please, let's say the top board while we're having a chat here,
top board, Alireza Firuza.
just so we keep an eye on that. This is the Petrov on board 1.
So
Yeah, so the buses, so you just thought it was a bit too early for you to make the
To make it.
to commit to the excursion.
But I heard it was a nice one to the national park, and many chess players enjoyed it. And the weather was good, because if the weather was bad, I believe
Well.
there was just nothing to do there. Okay, d4, knight e4, d takes e5, and d5. We have seen this.
I think we saw this in another
Actually,
game.
Alireza played it in around 1 or 2, exactly the same line.
Correct.
d5, knight d2, yes, he had it on the board. And then it was not knight d2, but somehow black allowed taking on e4.
I'm not sure it was this variation, or was it bishop
Exactly
d3?
this one.
Was it this line? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly the same one.
Okay, so what happened today?
Takes, bishop e7, c3. And this is the current
And this is
position.
where they are. Okay.
Alireza has already spent 20 minutes. And black...
Possibly he has been surprised by Yevgeny's choice of defense, and it wasn't the one that he spent his time preparing on. Apparently he spent 10 minutes on his third move, Anna, after 2 knight f6. There are stories, aren't there, of
okay,
people...
yeah, I see.
Yeah,
11 minutes for
I spoke
playing
the other
D4.
day of David Bronstein about a book of his, 200 open games in English anyway, and this is, he's not the only one, of course, but there are stories of him on his very first move as white, thinking
40 minutes.
Yeah, 40 minutes on move 1, whether to play 1e4 or not. And then, of course, he played it.
Yeah, it's
And probably played
surprising.
some King's Gambit or something after e5, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that earlier some of the top players, sometimes they came for the game and they didn't prepare at all. Now it's just impossible to imagine this happening.
Well, yeah. David Howell, I think I told you, didn't prepare for his first round here.
Yeah, but he came late and he was tired. I mean, it's something what usually none of the players would do.
Can you see his shoes there, Anna? Look on your screen.
No, I missed it. Ah, okay. Now I can
Do
see.
you see what I mean? It's like the... Is that a sneaker? Is that a running shoe? Is that what kind of shoe is that?
Kind of sneakers.
FIDE dress code police maybe are watching this. It's probably very expensive, and that's the thing. It's nice.
I think it's like the first time you get a warning, and then on the second time you get a penalty of 10% from your eventual price.
10% of the value of the shoes that you bought.
To be able to buy new ones.
So,
Okay.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
then
knight
we
c6,
may hear more about that.
preparing bishop g4. Maybe we will see h3 right here.
Actually, I met Alireza and his dad yesterday. His father's here with him, and on my walk around town in the old town of Riga, which is, as I'm sure you know,
And
beautiful.
they bought the shoes.
Whether they bought the shoes, I don't think so. No.
We are not allowed to enter shops.
I'm sure those shoes came with him in his suitcase. But I did bump into them in town yesterday. Did you meet anyone yesterday on your walk? You said you went for a walk. Did you go for a walk?
Yeah, but I met Milan. I actually met Milan
Okay. Milan, who's here with us
for the
doing
interviews.
the interviews. Yeah,
The voice behind the interviews.
the voice behind the interviews.
So,
So top board
Okay.
game here, and yeah, and he's thinking again. So definitely a little surprise, I think, in choice of opening from Yevgeny Nagier.
okay, maybe we leave him with his thoughts, and we will come back
And
and check
shoes.
and check what he played. I'm expecting h3, but maybe he'll find some other idea. And okay, this one, a long theoretical variation where I believe recently Maxim lost a game against, I don't actually remember whom, but it was
It's a Najdorf, as we said, is the English variation, and
maybe Duda, maybe. Okay, someone played exactly this variation against him, and
against Maxim.
yeah, against Maxim,
Right.
and
There
Maxim
we see
lost.
Krishnan, Sashi Kiran.
But I
having a
think
really
he
good tournament
he
so
glued
far.
this variation.
Glued. We had glue the other day, didn't we?
You had Caruana gluing
Caruana
his
gluing
position
back
the day
together.
before yesterday, and
Okay, Anna, I think we're going to have the first little short break now. And we'll, of course, come straight back to MVL, Maxim's game, and all the other stuff, as well, of course, as the top ladies' games. We haven't looked at those so far.
sure.
So we'll do that. So we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
of the first things to note about this position is that the white king on h1.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are having a live broadcast from Riga, the capital of Latvia, and it's FIDE, Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2021. So we left you with the game between Kristina Sashikaran and Maxime Vachier-Lagroux, where we have said that it's still quite a theoretical position, and Maxime even had a game in this position quite recently.
Right.
But Sashikaran is still thinking, so...
Anna, shall we skip over to the women's games and see what's happening over there?
Sure, let's check. This is the top board between Nina Batsiashvili and Lei Tingjie. We see Queen's Gambit accepted. This is the theoretical line, and e4.
Right,
Interesting move.
Sacrifice.
Yeah, the move that is not the main one, but I like it, to be honest. And I saw some games recently where e4 was played. b5, bishop to e2. White is insisting on black's taken on e4.
Pawn.
And knight e4.
And she took it.
Yes, she took it now. a4, b4, quite logical. Queen c2, bishop b7, rook d1, and knight to d7.
What do you think about this sacrifice, Anna?
So white sacrificed the pawn. White got some tempos for development. And yeah, white has to do something very, very quickly, because if black finishes the development, then of course the position would be great. So I'm expecting some move like bishop e3, I guess.
Okay.
To put more pressure on the
c5.
Yeah, and if black takes on d4, then we have the d file opened.
And then maybe black will move her queen or play rook c8. It doesn't feel particularly dangerous, does it, for black? You know, sometimes you take a pawn.
Right now it doesn't.
No. I know about this move e4 in the Queen's Gambit accepted. This, I think, is a move 7 wasn't e4. But after b5, bishop b2, that starts to look new to me.
Maybe in this position we also have like bishop d3 and
I'm
bishop
sure
b3
bishop d3
moves.
is popular here, yes.
Bishop e2 is the move I don't know about.
No.
Let me check. Okay, 4 games have been played after bishop e2, but before that there are 102 games for bishop d3.
Right.
So bishop d3 is much more popular.
Yes, as I say, I think this e4 sacrifice has been known for a long time, but certainly bishop e2 there surprised me. So has she played bishop e3? Not yet.
No, this is the current position. What else is possible? Some knight d2 is logical, maybe sometimes a5.
Well, it's quite slow, a5, isn't it? I mean, a whole pawn down.
Yeah, we don't have, maybe we don't have time for that.
And of course, the center pawn. So if, as Anna's saying, if black just is able to develop, get castle, then it really doesn't look promising for white, I would say.
But it's interesting that Nino decided to go for the sharp variation.
Yeah. Against the leader, Tingjie has 5 out of 6, the only player in the tournament, in either tournament, with 5 out of 6, actually.
There's a very interesting situation in the women's tournament. One player was 5 out of 6, and here we see the standings. Then there are 4 players with 4.5 out of 6, and 7 players are following them with 4 points out of 6.
So, yeah. So Nino, she had that really good win, didn't she, against Alexandra Kosteniuk?
Right.
In an earlier round.
How about the other boards? Okay, I see a draw between Melia Saloma and Dinara Sadvaka, so we saw exactly the same draw.
We saw the same draw, didn't we?
Yeah, we saw the same draw. In the open section, I don't remember who played it, but we have seen this.
That's right.
And okay, board number 2. Elizabeth Pets against Natalia Pogonina. And this line was d4. h3 is a more classical move, but d4, of course, is also quite popular. Bishop g4, bishop e3. I played this line myself many
just
times.
point out, Anna, why just show us why knight takes e4 is a blunder.
Right here. Okay.
Exactly, winning a knight. Okay.
So the pawn can be captured, but e takes d4, c takes d4, knight a5. I even played it against Natalia many years ago. I think at the Grand Prix. I lost this game with white pieces, but it was an interesting game. So yeah, bishop c2 was played, knight c4,
bishop c1, that's right.
c5. We had exactly the same
both her
position.
bishops.
b3 and knight
back.
b2 d2. Maybe I played d5. Maybe I played knight b d2 first, but then later on I followed with d5. Rook c8.
You have a good memory, Anna, for
Just
your
a second.
games. You more or less...
Okay, I played them.
I know you played them. Oh, that's what I'm saying. But you remember them. You played them and you remember them.
So yes, there Natalia played something like knight to d7, rook to c8. I played d5 at some moment, as I have said. h3, bishop h5 was played. Okay, rook c8 was played in this game. h3, bishop h5, a4, b takes a4, and d5 now.
Oh, wow. That's a surprise.
But that's a bit of a surprise. And Elizabeth, she didn't spend a single second on that. She
Yes,
already
look at
gained 3 minutes.
More than half an hour's difference. And if you look at the clock times there, according to what we're seeing on our screen anyway, I know it's not always necessarily accurate, but it looks like she's about half an hour up on the clock, Elizabeth. Maybe we can have a close-up to check the clock times. But anyway, d5 just played.
She definitely surprised her opponent first. Okay, I'll just quickly show that if white plays d5 here, then
what's the
black has
difference?
an option to play c4 or to play knight d7 and then after a4 to have bishop f6 move first. But if we start with a4, b takes a4, d5, and now if black doesn't take, then we simply recapture. But what happens if
takes?
If black takes? I believe that maybe the idea is to take with a knight and then to try to bring this knight to c6.
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. That's a nice idea.
And Natalia has played.
Yeah, she has moved.
What did she play?
We can't really see. There we are. Can you see what
she
she's
took on
played?
b3.
She
So
did take
she
it.
accepted. She accepted this challenge.
Well, I wonder
It's
about that.
actually one has to be brave to accept to go into the line where your opponent
your
sacrifices
opponent's
something
clearly
because
prepared,
yeah,
yes.
it's definitely that a takes b3 was checked.
Brave decision. All right, so I think you're right, and a knight takes b3 looks very attractive. Knight d2 takes b3. I mean, don't let's forget that the a6 pawn is hanging as well. She's played knight
b3 has
6.
been played.
So black is a pawn up. I don't think she's going to defend that a pawn, is she, with rook a8? Well,
Maybe she can try knight c4,
Could
stop at knight a5, and maybe also with the idea of knight e5.
right. Knight c4 is indeed a move. Maybe queen. I was going to say queen d3. I'm not sure.
Like knight c4, queen d3.
To unpin the white knight as well.
If black takes, maybe we can take on c4.
Maybe take on c4. I wonder. Yes.
I like this game.
Yeah, so do I. And
Knight f to d7, I believe.
you think she's played knight fd7? Yes, okay. Well, okay, sensible move. Is there a call for white to play a move like g4 here, Anna, do you think?
It's seen very often in this variation, so I wouldn't be surprised if g4 will be played. Now or after, let's say, rook a6, knight e5, g4, or knight a5, knight e5, g4.
I suppose, Anna, if g4, bishop g6, knight a5, maybe Natalia's thinking of playing knight back to b8, just to keep this knight out.
Yeah, the idea to meet knight knight a5 with knight b8 is definitely there.
And of course the knight does defend the pawn on a6 as well. Nice, sharp, unbalanced position already.
Maybe let's quickly check some other games and then
Right,
come
we'll
back to
definitely
this
come back to
one.
this one, of course.
So board number 3, Alexandra Kosteniuk against Zhuzhiner. And Alexandra started the game with d4. Usually she plays e4. From time to time she plays d4, but not that often. So this first move d4 was already like a small surprise for Zhuzhiner. And what happened in the game?
Nimzo Indian defense.
Nimzo Indian.
You know where he was born, don't you, Anna?
Yeah, we have
Nimzovic.
mentioned it many times. Nimzovic, born in Riga. E3, the classical variation.
Right.
So castle, bishop d3, no, a3. c5. Some days ago we saw e5 being played
That's right.
in
we
this
did.
position.
We saw e5 played, yes.
But already there we mentioned that c5 is a more famous approach and more popular move in this position. c5, knight e2, queen c7, threatening c takes d4. The bishop is under the attack, that's why bishop a2 was played. Knight c6, castle b6, c4, rook d8, bishop b2.
All right. Nice to see these old classical, let's say classical opening systems here on the board. This time in the Nimzo Indian defense. These kind of systems have been known and played for many, many, many years.
I think knight a5 has been played.
Knight a5.
So this is the line where white gets the bishop pair, and it's the main question is if white will manage to open the position and sometimes even by the means of sacrificing the pawn.
Right.
And then develop the attack, or black will actually stabilize and have a good play.
Okay, sometimes black even manages to get a piece to c4, but here white's already pushed her pawn up.
Yeah, with the pawn on c2, having the piece on c4 would be wonderful.
Well, on c3, yeah. A famous game, Anna, between Botvinnik and Capablanca, if I'm not mistaken, where in this line of the classical line of the
Yeah, sure.
Nimzo Indian.
But it was with the doubled pawns.
Where white plays bishop a3, is that right? Sacrifice. And then,
yeah, he had some idea of playing f3, e4, sacrifice the pawn on c4.
Right, it was a bit different, yeah.
And then started the attack with the bishop pair.
Maybe that was from Nottingham, 1936.
From our tournament or not?
Our tournament? No, Nottingham,
Nottingham
1930. Yeah, Nottingham.
Okay.
In England.
Okay, our.
Oh, sorry, Alvaro. I beg your pardon. I didn't hear what you said. Yeah. Maybe you're right. In Holland. Anyway.
Okay. So this will be a fighting game, I believe. Board number 4, my sister against Lela Javahishvili.
Yeah, Maria's on +2. She won that really sort of like a sort of a one-way game, really, against Nana. Very convincing, wasn't it?
I think Nana just forgot the opening line and she ended up in a lost position just after maybe 10 moves, maybe 12,
It
but
was
it
really,
was very...
unfortunate for her. Okay, so Maria's playing white against Lela.
And
Javakishvili from Georgia.
Lela played this perk defense. I believe this was a surprise for my sister. So bishop e3 was chosen. And okay, white is developing the pieces in a solid way. And knight e2, just prophylactic against b4. So the knight is going to come here. Knight b6, castle e5, e5.
You're not happy with that move?
No, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes e5 is good, but sometimes opening the center with e5 may be dangerous. So takes, and bishop c5.
Have they played this?
No, I think they are both already out of theory.
Is this the position, Anna?
Yeah, this is the current position after bishop c5. Bishop c5 was the last move. So black can try to ask this bishop to move away after knight d7.
Or even knight a4?
Or knight a4. Well, the knight, if knight a4, maybe just bishop a3 and then b3.
Yes.
The knight is not as stable on a4, but if knight to d7, knight d7 looks normal. If bishop a3 now, then
a5. But then white could play c3, perhaps?
c3, maybe still b3.
What about knight e7 here?
Knight e7.
And trying to castle.
I see. The knight on e7 is not well placed. Usually black wants to have the knight on f6 and then bring the knight to d7, because in this structure the knight on e7 is restricted by the pawn on e4, so the knight doesn't have a bright future on e7.
Right, I see what you mean, yes. True. All right. So, an unusual sort of modern defense, if you like, with g6, where black has played a fairly early e5. Now she's played knight f6, so just what you were saying there, Anna, the knight on e7 would be misplaced. She's played knight to f6.
Then she has to solve her question, like how is she going to castle? Is she going to put this knight on d7? Is she going to try to trade the bishops after bishop f8? Or what is she going to do?
All right, white to play here.
So let's say if black just gets one more tempo, let's say something like h3, I believe that after knight d7, and then if the bishop goes back and black castles, this is okay for black.
And if bishop a3 instead of bishop e3?
And if bishop a3, well, once again, maybe a5.
a5. What about c3 though? You don't like c3?
Even bishop f8 looks okay.
Right. No, but it's a kind of concession, isn't it, bishop f8? I mean, of course, it's reasonable.
The only problem after bishop f8 is that maybe we take and then some queen h6.
Yes.
Would be annoying.
What about a plan with bishop a6 and maybe c5?
c5, yeah, I thought about that. I even thought about knight a4 and then bring the knight to c5. But it looks a bit too slow.
Or if she's feeling very brave, she could try to castle queenside.
After bishop a6?
I mean...
I like bishop a6 with the idea of c5, but bishop a6 with the idea of long castle?
You don't like it?
I'm not sure.
Well, anyway, white would have...
yeah, h3 is just useless.
h3 is not exactly... I was going to say that white has many other moves here that she could try. Even a move like b3, Anna, b2 to b3, maybe, sort of in anticipation of knight fd7. Or maybe to play a4 for white afterwards.
Okay, we'll check this later
Sure.
also. So board number 5, Jolanta Zawadzka against Harika Dornavali. Oh, they're already in
Goodness me, they've played a lot of moves here.
So they played 4 knights with d4. Okay. This is how this all this happened. Oh,
Right.
well, but in this line, black absolutely has... okay. After takes, there is this important move, rook d8, and then, yes, king f8. And it's just totally equal.
Right.
Also, rook e8 and then unpinning.
Okay. So this one we think is heading for a
This
draw
one-
very, very soon.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, next board. Alina Kashlinskaya against Bathuyak Winguntul.
From Mongolia.
A very classical line. So
Is she the only player here from Mongolia in either event? I think she may be. I'm not sure.
maybe she's the only player from Mongolia here. She has been over 2400
For a long time.
for a long time. Yeah, maybe for 15 years or something like that.
So Queen's Gambit declined. Well, exchange variation rather.
Yeah, h3 was the last move. Once again, stopping bishop g4. A very classical.
Sometimes in these
Structure.
positions, black plays g6, right, and then drops the knight back to g7.
With the idea to trade these bishops. Trading the light square bishop is an important idea for black in this kind of the positions. But white can also try to stop it with g4 anyway, when the knight comes to g7.
Okay, white has the option of castling queenside in these lines.
How about the next board? Nana Zagnidze against Alexandra
Let's see how Nana
Maltsevska.
recovers from that disappointing, painful loss, I'm sure, against Maria in round 6.
Knight f3, a6, c5.
Yeah, 4a6 is fairly unusual. It's played, of course, but it's by no means the most popular move here.
Yeah, nowadays such moves like a6 and even h6 has become popular.
Right, yeah. Okay, 4a6. And Nana played c5.
c5, trying to get the space advantage on the queen side. Knight c6, bishop f4. Knight e4. This
And
is a
g5,
bit.
goodness me.
This is a bit crazy.
Yeah. Bishop e3, keeping the bishop.
Takes,
And
h6,
h6.
g3. I prefer white's position. I think white's plan is to castle, to push c4 later on. Maybe also h4 as one of the ideas.
Right.
Black can try something like f5, f4, but well, this is risky.
Interesting. White to play here. So what would happen if h4 here, Anna? h4, black would have to play g4?
f6 is also an option, but I think g4 is more expected.
Knight drops
Then
back
it
somewhere.
would be nice to play knight d3 and then knight f4.
Knight d3.
So knight d2. I'm
Doesn't
thinking
look
about
too bad for black to me. It looks alright.
no, not like too bad. Too early to be too bad. So e5
Right,
followed by
E5, yeah.
bishop e6, f5.
Sure.
If white takes, we take with the knight. Quite a playable position.
Absolutely, yeah. Let's have a look instead of h4, Anna. Which other options does Nana have? White to play here.
To castle.
Is it possible to play c4 here, for example? Is that asking a bit too much of the position?
So if black takes, we take back.
At least white opens this long white diagonal for her bishop on g2.
Yeah, and try the central pawn.
So strategically, it's desirable, I think. So maybe she's thinking about c4.
I'm thinking about some plan like bishop d7, knight e7, and then maybe knight f5 or knight d5, bring the bishop to c6 or to b5. Sorry.
Not that.
This is not the move I intended to do.
Not h5. Or maybe after c4, black could even play knight e7 and not to take. And then bring her bishop out. It's nice to see an original sort of looking setup for both sides here, and
Maybe now knight e7 will be met by h4, g4, knight e5, because with the knight on c7 it was impossible to play knight e5. And now
your
black
h5
cannot.
move. Now you can play h5.
h5.
You have permission to play it. Well, all right, it's okay for black, I think. Who
Yeah,
knows?
very unusual
Nice,
position.
messy, let's say, position.
And the game I wish to check in the women's section is this one.
All right, we'll have a quick look at this. Then we're going to have a break after this, Anna.
Yeah,
So
okay.
this is
Moscow.
another Moscow variation. We keep coming back to Moscow. This is Jansa Abdumalik from Kazakhstan against the other Kazakh player here, or one of the other Kazakh players.
They faced each other at the Women's World Cup in July, and actually the younger one, Bibisara, managed to win.
She?
Yeah, she won her match against
She
Jansa.
did.
Yeah. So rook c8, b3, d5. Yeah.
Yes, d5. This is
This
practically possible. This is known, isn't it?
It's known to be good for black. So sometimes, if white doesn't want to allow that variation, white starts with bishop to e3, and now after rook c8, b3, d5 is no longer possible because the knight on d4 is protected. So I mean, like for example here, e takes d5, knight d5,
and then e6,
and after
correct?
knight d5, e6. So if you had the bishop on e3,
It wouldn't work.
it wouldn't be possible. Bishop h6, yeah, this is still known. Takes, c5, little trick.
Right.
Rook c5 is
Then
not
check.
possible due to knight e6.
That's nice. And then a fork. Well, a fork and then another fork.
All right, so knight to
E6.
a6, b4, a knight b4, and f4. So this is Jansea's style. Just sacrifice the pawn.
The pawn. She played b4,
And
give it up.
and push the
and then
other
attack.
one.
Wow. Quite surprising, no? To play this b4 move.
I didn't see this idea before with b4 and f4 followed. So, but I really like, I mean, Jansea is such a creative player, and she's ready to sacrifice everything
At any time.
at any time, at any moment. So
Anna, sorry to just move on here a little bit. Could we please have a quick look, and then we will go to a break. Daisy Corey, who's playing Valentina Gunina. I think it's port 13 for us. Apparently, well, look at the clock times there.
yeah,
So has something gone wrong in the opening for black?
Valentina played all this very quickly.
All right. King's Indian defense. h4.
I think knight c5, bishop f3, but well, when you play the knight on c5, you have to keep it. And the most obvious way to do it is to play a5.
And let white play h5.
But
Maybe she was right about allowing h5.
yeah, but she played bishop d7, so she
Oh, I
allows
see.
h5.
She allows h.
And allowing b4 looks a bit strange, because now
And here she's still thinking. Is that right?
Yes, so it's either she goes back to a6, but then this maneuver looks a little bit strange, or we
Or
always,
sacrifices.
or we have to try to sacrifice. So does it work? Takes,
And f5.
f5. Let's say we move the bishop to c2. And where is the compensation?
Well, that is a good question. Where is the compensation?
I don't know. Daisy spent quite a lot of time,
A
and
lot of time.
also I don't like the position she has got.
No.
But somehow I know that she's the player who quite often gets some weird positions out of the openings. I
Daisy
think.
Corrie.
Yeah.
But to spend
For
so much time, Anna, to be an hour, almost an hour behind on the clock after very few moves.
I think something went wrong. Yeah, for example, she plays Scandinavian with queen takes d5 very often, the line which is considered to be quite suspicious. And well, also here is something, I believe something went wrong. Maybe not like completely collapsing already,
Right. But
yeah,
anyway,
but
she should have moved by now, I'm sure. I mean, just... Sure, sometimes the opening goes a bit wrong. You get the wrong, you mix up your variations or preparation. And,
okay, that's another story, but when
but
you
then
keep
you
on
just have to
having
play,
bad positions in
I
many
mean,
of
just play knight
your
a6.
games.
Yeah. Okay, Anna, we're going to have a little break, quick break, and then we will be right back with the games we've been looking at, and also, of course, in the open section as well. So we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And welcome back, everyone. I'm Stuart Conquest here with Anna Muzychuk, talking you through the games and all the latest action. Day 7, round 7 here at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Anna, we maybe have a quick look now at a game that we haven't followed so far, but we can see some very exciting and unusual possibilities. This is between Niels Grandelius from Sweden against Germany's Vincent Keymer.
I was quite surprised by the opening. I mean, not by the opening, but by the variation which was chosen. It's force mode G4. I don't remember when it was.
This game, I've seen.
Like when G4 was played the last time between strong grandmasters.
Sometimes Black plays Bishop D7 here. You know, he just goes back.
Yeah, Bishop D7 is of course maybe even the main move in this position. But from all the videos which I have seen covering Chesscom, and this variation with G4 was never meant to be dangerous.
You watch videos about chess openings.
Sometimes I even read books.
Sometimes you read books.
Sometimes
Good.
I even
like to hear
play
that.
some of them.
Good.
Okay, Bishop E4. F3, Bishop G6, and the typical idea,
E6.
which we can see in the Chesscom, yeah, E6 before Black played E6. If H4 was played, then of course H5, and there is nothing to worry about for Black. So E6, trying to block the development of all these pieces,
Right.
especially the bishop on F8. So Queen D6 was played. Also quite a logical follow-up. And now White has to take because Black is intending to take with the Queen. So E takes F7, Bishop F7, Knight C3. Now I have the first question. Is E5?
What's the question?
The question is F5 a playable move? Because if Black can comfortably play E5, it kind of solves all Black's problems.
Okay, E5.
So Stuart.
Is that
Question
my question?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. E5. I think it. Sure. If Queen E2. Well, hang on. What about Queen E2? Knight
And
D7 and Bishop F4.
Bishop F4
I'm
you
going to
want
try to win a pawn. I'm trying to refute your move.
Reputation.
Refutation. Live.
Castle.
Sure. I'm a bit scared now.
Somehow the reputation
Pawn.
was not that convincing.
Let's see. D takes E5. I say Queen B4. You're going to play.
Yeah, if I wanted to do that. If Bishop E5, okay, White wins the
maybe,
pawn,
maybe.
but given this bishop and also with this development, and somehow the pawn on E5 will be weak. I am quite unsure about White's position. So
Well, yeah. I don't feel great about this.
will Bahadur Jabbar manage to
Don't feel great.
castle?
No, I would have taken on E5 with the pawn, and then I don't know what I would have done. But
You mean here, yeah? This, but
but
then
now I don't know what to do. I'll be honest. I don't know what to do here.
Okay, E5 was not played.
I accept that E5 was playable.
Thank you. I will find another question too. Knight D7, prepare an E5, but
Sure.
after Knight D7, F4 was played.
Oh,
and
I see.
E5 is no longer
That's why you
possible.
asked me. That's why you asked me.
E6, Knight f3, queen c7. Now I think black is preparing bishop d6. But another idea was to push c5, I believe.
Actually, didn't Mikhail Tal play this g4 move against Botvinnik in some of their matches, their World Championship matches? Or maybe, I think I'm right. Not sure. I say these things and I'm completely wrong afterwards, but I got a feeling, or maybe with the c4 and then g4.
So here Niels came up with some idea. He played bishop d3, bishop d6, and knight g5. So bishop f4 is just losing due to I don't know what, but but it looks very dangerous. Just knight f7, I think.
It deserves
okay,
to lose
at least
anyway.
I know. I mean, just take and
take
well,
and rook f1.
takes castle. Or bishop f4 and
no,
rook
bishop
f1.
f1, rook f1.
Yeah, bishop f4, rook f1 is even easier. So, yeah. First you say and then, and then you find out why. That's why h5 was played. Bishop d2.
Well,
Just
and that's the current position after bishop d2. And it looks like the move knight f8 has been played, Anna. What do you make of that?
I was actually going to ask about queen to e2, but maybe it's more like the same. If black plays knight f8 now.
That's Niels there with his back to the camera, and as you can see, his opponent Vincent. Well, he was away from the board. He's just sat down now.
And
Knight
Vincent
f8.
Wearing the Grenke shirt.
Yes.
So
we've seen several players, haven't we, wearing with logos on their shirts or jackets.
I have exactly the same shirt.
Oh, do you?
As a member of Baden-Baden team.
Right.
In Germany.
Did you bring it here to Riga?
No. I bring it only to the matches when we play Bundesliga. We have. We used to have the blue one, and then I think we switched to the white shirts.
So queen e2. There's a threat on e6, Anna. So that's why, in fact, knight f8 is not such a difficult move to explain. Black simply defending the weakness on.
Okay, also black is preparing long castle.
Oh, sorry, why play queen e2? Why didn't play queen e2, did he?
No, he didn't play. He played bishop d2 and then knight f8. But also, yeah, knight f8, preparing long castle. With the knight on d7, it wasn't possible that the bishop was hanging.
Right, correct. Oh, Tal did play g4 against Botvinnik in the return match, 1961.
Bravo, Stuart. You know some old information.
Very old. That shows you how old I am. I remember things that happened before I was born. I should point out.
I am more familiar with the new games. You are more familiar with the old games.
A couple of times.
That's how we match.
I'm sorry, say it again?
I am more familiar with the new games. You are more familiar
Sure.
with the
No,
older
that's
games. That's how we match.
That's just one of the reasons why we have such a good team here.
You can speak about Botvinnik's games. I can speak about, I don't know, Carlsen's games.
Right. And hey, you can speak about Botvinnik's games as well. I'm sure you can. The classics, the chess legends. Okay, so actually he lost both games. He played g4 against Botvinnik twice, and I'm seeing here that he lost both times. So wasn't his most successful line against the Caro-Kann. Okay. Actually, I was reading online just before the show here. Somebody sent me a link on social media about the last interview that Misha Tal gave. In 1992, the year that he died. And he was asked there about his matches against Botvinnik, the two matches. Of course, he won the first one. 1960, lost the return match. And there have always been questions about his state of health his whole life. I mean, his health was never his strong point. But whether he was seriously ill for the second match or whether that played his part. And he basically said no, that Botvinnik deserved to win the second match. That he played better, that he... and also, this is amazing, if I get this right, that apparently the first time they played, the first game of the first match in 1960 was the first game they'd ever played, Botvinnik and Tal.
Never before.
That's incredible, according to what I read in this last interview. Just amazing, if that's true.
That's very unusual, because usually, if players... the players who are playing the World Championship match, they must have faced each other at least 100 times before.
Yeah.
Okay, nowadays for sure. Earlier they didn't have so many tournaments and they
but
didn't
even
play all
so,
this
I
rapid
find
and
it
blitz,
just amazing, eh?
but still.
Of course, Tal was very young when those matches took place. But he was
Yeah.
very gracious, actually, and he just simply said, no, the second match, Botvinnik, because the first match, Botvinnik had no experience of playing. They hadn't played before, and it was like a completely new thing for Botvinnik to adjust to.
Yeah, but
Tal's
Vinnik,
incredible playing style.
he always mentioned that for him it was important to kind of play against the opponent and to feel his style.
Botvinnik,
And then when he played the second match, he actually came much better prepared,
Very
and maybe
prepared.
that's why
Right.
he won so many World Championship matches after losing
in
the
the
titles.
second match, correct, right, yeah, so psychologically and also, very thorough research, of course, and openings and so on.
And this funny story, like when Tal lost the match, and then he said, "I am the youngest ex-world champion."
How sweet, yeah. And afterwards, after apparently, again from this interview that I read, which was really nice, after losing the final game in the return match, the two players went to watch a basketball match in Moscow.
Never
Yeah,
heard about that.
Yeah.
So you finished the match and then
Went to watch.
then
Apparently,
you
the US team was in town, was in Moscow, and they went to as part of the people to go and watch the basketball match. There you go.
Okay, from basketball to chess. Andrei Sipenko on the screen. Maybe let's try to find his game. Here it is. Wait.
Against the other magician from Riga, Alexei Shirov.
Something's going on. Something's going on in this game. So this was played. Okay, many moves have been played, and here we are. Material sequel. I prefer White's position, to be honest.
I think I'm with you on that. Yeah. But tell us why, Anna. Why do you prefer White? Yeah. I agree with you, but tell us why.
I somehow think that this pawn is weak, and White has some ideas over this file. And also it feels like White's king... Okay, both kings are exposed, but it feels like White's king is a little bit safer.
I agree.
And but I think mainly due to the pawn structure. I believe White is better.
So bishop h6, I suppose.
Okay, this is like another weakness on f6. Black cannot push f5, so I think that these two weaknesses are the main drawbacks in Black's
Right.
position.
So you might prefer bishop h4 then to keep pressurizing f6. But could Black play queen d4? If it's still difficult, isn't it, for Black, that ending? If you play bishop h4, I'm not sure that Black's problems still persist after queen d4.
Okay, bishop h6 is also possible. And also, of course, rook d1 to stop queen d4, because I believe, the idea to trade the queens is a good idea for Black. So maybe not bishop h4. Totally. We can check bishop h4, queen d4.
I mean, a move like rook a d1 is still a little bit tricky maybe for Black. There we see Andrei Yesipenko. Looking, well, not looking at the board. Now he is. Now he is.
So some endgame like this is still more pleasant for White.
And if he starts, Anna, if he starts with rook a d1, maybe you're right. What do you think Black will play? Queen
e7,
yeah, or even queen e8, maybe right. Queen e7.
and then preparing rook d8 to try to trade the rooks.
And also he maybe to play c5 as well.
Of course. So maybe rook a d1 is the move that is not very precise.
Okay.
What else? Bishop h6, rook f7.
Rook f7 to keep defending that pawn, and possibly with the idea of playing rook d7, Anna.
Yeah, also covering the g7 square, just in case.
Right. Okay. Maybe we should leave Andrei there. We'll definitely come back to this game. And we could look maybe at Levon Aronian's game, Anna. We haven't looked at that game so far. He's playing
Here it is.
Volokitin from your country, from the Ukraine.
From Lviv.
From Lviv.
So it
From
was
Lviv.
Royal Opus. And this before in Bishop C5
We're
variations.
seeing this game. It's all
it's like
there's about 4 or 5 openings that we're
every
seeing all the
second
time. The Moscow Sicilian.
Moscow Sicilian and the B5 Bishop C5 variations. So yeah, this we have seen. H3 in this game. We saw knight E4 in
We did.
in the
the
game between
Sarit
Shiro and knight E4 was also played today. Rook E1 and knight E7. Takes, d takes E5.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay, rook D3.
96.
Knight D6, knight G5. So why didn't take on E5?
That's interesting. Yeah, why didn't he take on E5?
Okay, if you take, black simply castles and black has a comfortable position.
Right, I see. And if knight G5, we have queen H5, don't we?
Yeah.
Do we?
So that's why knight D5.
Sorry, Anna, just to... If black had castle there, was there something... Was queen H5 the problem?
I think it was. And then after H6
And
you
then
can still
take on
take.
F7.
Take.
Right.
This knight is pinned.
Okay.
So knight D5, knight F7. Takes.
There we see the players, and Levon just played his queen. Looks like queen to H4.
Queen to H4, right.
Tell us a bit about Andrei Volokitin, Anna. And we know he lives in Lviv. Anything else you can tell us about him?
He was a very promising player. He,
Wow, look at that shirt from Levon. Look at that.
yeah.
Sorry. Okay.
I think it was handmade. I mean, how is it called? Knitting.
Hand knitted or hand stitched or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so Andrei Volokitin.
Yeah, Andrei Volokitin on the screen. He came to 2600 very quickly. Then he even crossed 2700. So he was a very promising player. But then somehow he got stuck, and like sometime after he reached 2700, then he dropped back to 26, and somehow he's still there. So right now we see him on 2652, but it has been like 15 years since he's on the same rating.
I wouldn't have minded getting stuck at 2700. Or glued. But he fell back a bit, yes. He wrote a book, actually I don't have this book, but he wrote a book that was very well received and reviewed, Perfect Your Chess, I think. Or have I got it or
With
not?
his
I've certainly seen
coach,
it.
Vladimir Grabinsky. It's a nice book where
Right.
you can improve your tactical skills.
By him and his coach, yeah?
Sorry?
It's written by him and his coach.
Mainly by the coach, but yeah, he also helped. He contributed a lot to writing this book, so they wrote it kind of together.
Right. And it's kind of a tactical book, it's a
Yeah, it's
calculation, sort of, with
calculation.
quite tough positions to solve.
I think it's divided into different levels, so you can pick up. It's not into levels; it's by stars, if I remember correctly. So 1-star positions are easier, and then if they.
Well, it's kind of levels, yeah.
But this book was written long ago, maybe 10 years ago, maybe even more. So I have known about this book for already many years. But yeah, there were really good feedbacks about this book, so many people liked it.
Actually, I believe that Peter Doggers from Chess.com, he asked Andrei if a part 2 of this book was going to come out, and the reply was just a smile.
Yeah.
There's no clear indication then. But all right. So Andrei has. You think he's a promising position or just fairly level?
It's quite questionable. Yeah, Andrei is also known to be a very sharp player. He likes to go into the sharp position. He's very well prepared theoretically. He used to spend a lot of time on his opening preparation, and he kept up with that, like during the years. And even now, he takes his preparation very seriously.
Okay.
So he has been. Olympic champion with the team of Ukraine and also in the individual competition. Speaking about this position, I don't know what to say now. White's pawn structure is definitely much better, but White is still not fully developed.
No.
So
Is there something wrong with knight d2 and knight f3?
I don't think there is something wrong with knight d2. I think we can expect seeing this move. On the board, actually, I don't see alternative. I thought about knight a3 with the idea to bring the knight to b4, where it will attack
that's
the
very,
a6 pawn.
Subtle.
But this may be too long.
Right. I think I'd just play knight and also knight f3, of course we win a tempo when we get to f3. It's a very natural move, knight d2 here. And yes, Levon's once again wearing a bright, probably handmade shirt.
Maybe one more made by his wife.
Sure.
But I see that the first time Aronian really started thinking was at this position, just before he played queen to h4. Like all the other moves, he played fairly fast, and he spent 27 minutes on queen to h4. So
I suppose he's fighting against the e4 square to prevent White bringing his knight to e4, because knight f3, although as I said, it wins a tempo, but the knight really would like to go to e4. So I suppose he's because he could have played queen e7 or something else, couldn't he? Queen e7, queen f6, queen g5, but all those moves would just presumably be met by knight d2 to e4.
maybe. Okay, what is Alireza doing?
Yes, top board.
How is Alireza
The
doing?
Petrov defense, or Russian defense. Which line did he choose?
He didn't play h3 here after knight c6. He played castle, which was met by bishop g4, not a surprise.
Okay.
Rook e1, queen d7, h3, bishop h5. I think black's position is just really good.
Bishop
Queen
f4,
to
queen e6.
e6. Just a second.
Queen e6. Which moves are you considering, Anna, for black instead?
Maybe bishop g6. I'm also thinking like what was wrong with castle. I think that after castles, maybe white
c2.
wanted to play queen c2. And
Right.
if bishop g6, maybe some ideas with e6.
Yes.
And if h6, then okay, bishop f5 may be unpleasant. Also followed by g4. That's not good for black.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay, so
but
queen e6 first.
But if bishop g6, I think bishop g6 could
Could
be
white trade and then play e6? And
trade, e6 we take.
then queen somewhere. Queen c2. Could black play king f7? Could he or should he? Not sure.
That's unclear. I don't know what to say. We definitely need more time to understand what's going
Whether
on
black
here.
should do that or not. Anyway, he's played queen
So
e6.
he's played queen e6.
Yevgeny, he's playing a fantastic event so far.
Somehow I just didn't want to put the queen in front of the pawn because queen is not a good
blockade, as you
good
said
blockade
some
piece,
days ago, I
yeah.
remember.
That's why I kind of stopped before, like when I saw queen e6 was played. Okay, anyway, bishop e2.
Bishop e2 was played.
So he wants to unpin his queen, castle, and queen to d2.
Well, looks kind of level. I mean, black has the easy developments.
Maybe rook d8, then bring the queen to c8, then thinking about some f6 possibilities.
Right. It's difficult to achieve, but black could try to bring his knight to e6.
That's what I wanted to do, yeah.
Hmm.
I was thinking about that.
All right.
Okay.
Long way to go, of course.
Yeah.
But with the white pieces, Alireza definitely wants to put pressure on his opponents. Interesting, he's used quite a bit of time there. Anna, look, 45 minutes against 1 hour and 11.
Something
And the move has been played. So Alireza taking his time.
Bishop g6 was played.
Bishop g6.
Maybe he didn't want to calculate some possibilities like knight g5 and then bishop g5, bishop h5. He wanted to keep this bishop alive. So he went for bishop g6. Also now white cannot play queen c2.
Okay, bishop g6. A little bit, Anna, the pawn structure reminds me of the open Spanish. You know, knight takes e4 Spanish. And in fact, in those lines, sometimes black's knights come to e6, doesn't it?
Yeah. Also from the Royal Opera, sometimes we have it. I mean, this pawn structure.
Right.
From the other version of
From
Royal
not
Opera,
the
because
open.
okay, I open.
Okay, quick look at another board.
Caruana.
Maybe? Yes, how is Fabiano doing against the all-American clash here?
So
A very sharp Nimzo with f3 on move 4.
take takes, queen b6. Yeah, there is the sharp variation. Queen 8 is not possible as the queen is trapped there. So c takes b5, bishop b7, queen to d2, d5. Black is playing very aggressively.
Absolutely.
a3 takes, d4. Now your favorite move.
a6, one of my favorites.
takes. Castle is not possible. Wow, what a position.
And Fabiano to play here. Similar clock times, not much difference.
Queen c5 should be the move which is quite difficult to make, but it's
C5.
critical because if we don't take on c5, then black can try to push c4, d3, and these pawns become very dangerous. If we take on c5,
would white sacrifice the d pawn as well? I wonder.
think a rook c8 is possible. No. Just to try to give even this one on c4, but then...
Anna, sorry to interrupt, Anna, but we're just going to go over now to Peter Doris, who's going to show us something, and then we'll be back to this game. Peter?
Sorry for the interruption, but yeah, I have another session today. I always look at some of the lower board as well. In fact, one of our co-producers pointed me to this game, which is quite a nice moment. The white player is Lucas van Foreest, the younger brother of Jordan, and Lucas also currently the reigning Dutch champion, not for much longer because he did not want to participate in this year's Dutch championship, and therefore in December there will be a new one. More about that on a news article I wrote on chess.com recently. But about this game, Lucas is playing Ivan Cheparinov. Ivan, one of, I think, two and maybe more. There's the couple, because Ivan is with Antoaneta Stefanova, and there is also the couple Radek Wojtaszek and Alina Kaszlinskaya here in Riga, playing both of them. Maybe you guys know of more couples here actually, but Ivan Cheparinov here with the black pieces, and we see a quite a normal Italian position or gioco pianissimo, where one of the plans for black sometimes is actually to play for f5. So Ivan is going for that first by winning a tempo on the f2 pawn and then getting out of the pin of the f pawn to go for f5 quickly. Lucas chases away the knight, which now goes back to h6 to keep on supporting the f5 move. And in this position, which is still played, for example, also in a game by Dingley Ren with black, Lucas comes up with a bit of a risky novelty. He goes for g4, completely stopping the f5 move. And after bishop e6, knight f1, d5, all normal moves. Not too much going on. Lucas decides to grab a pawn, but I think he got a big surprise here. Knight takes e5. And now, the reason why I'm showing this, knight takes g4. A very nice shot from black. And I'll show you 2 points. One of them is, the main one is if you take with the pawn, black goes take, and queen h4, which is an absolutely killing move. Not only f2 is attacked, but also h1, which would be a mate in one. And in this position, which is still on the board, I think, actually, knight takes is a better move. But then, what's the point? Well, the pawn on d3 is pinned. So suddenly we cannot take back, and black won a healthy pawn here. So yeah, after knight takes g4, very nice shot by Chaprinov. Lukas van Verreest is in trouble. Back to Anna and Stu.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. And there we see Fabiano on our screens. What a move, knight takes g4, Anna. Amazing.
Yeah, very nice move, but I think it's the first time I see white plays g4 after knight h6. I am familiar with this idea to play knight g4, then bring the knight to h6, and just threaten f5, but I have never seen that white plays g4 after knight h6, so it must be something new to me.
So, not much pianissimo about that Gioco.
Just Giochissimo is left there.
So, okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Peter, for that. And that game's still in progress. Lukas thinking about his move, unsurprisingly. Could be in some trouble. So we're now going to have a little break, Anna, and then we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
The World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess, that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them. once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
And welcome back, everyone, to the live broadcast here from Riga, Latvia, at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. I'm Stuart Conquest here with Anna Muzychuk. And Anna, should we have a quick look at Fabiano's game?
We actually had a quick look, and I can see that after queen takes a6, no moves have been played, so Karana is still thinking there.
So tell us about queen takes c5 here.
We briefly checked it, yeah? Queen c5 is, of course, a critical move to make. We spoke about rook to c8, sacrificing one more pawn. If white takes, then maybe rook to c, rook to c2 later, like after knight c6, and
right.
then with the idea. But it's really dangerous for white to take these both pawns, because with the king in the center and also all these pieces being undeveloped, I don't think that yeah, it's healthy.
Well, but 3 pawns are 3 pawns, so I'm not sure. Really, I'm not sure about this. If white doesn't take, what kind of moves would he be looking at? What about king f2, for example?
Yeah, king f2. After king f2, I'm expecting c4. Yeah, these 2 pawns are really very strong.
A bit scary.
So maybe we can wait until black plays c4 and then we castle. But which move?
Right, so move the bishop maybe. But black can play
Bishop here.
Knight d7 or knight c6.
Yeah, still black is not obliged to to protect the pawns.
Knight d7?
I prefer knight c6 as it threatens knight b4.
Right, okay, yes.
Long castle?
Long castles. I don't think so.
I don't think so. I don't think so either.
Think so. But knight b4 is annoying, certainly. So king f2, but then you have c4 again. So what else could white play? I mean, on any bishop move, it's the same. Yeah, you're going to play knight c6 and just.
Yeah, if you played it with white pieces, would you have entered this line and end up being in this position?
Well, I might have done.
You might have done that?
Might have done.
I'm not sure I would have done that.
I wonder if they've left theory or if it's still sort of borderline theoretical, I imagine. So the bishop is still on c1, the knight is still on b8.
It's
And
still this one.
the last move was queen takes a6. I wonder if this position has been reached before, Anna.
No, I don't think so. I can check now. We might also consider queen to e2. And if c4, then castle.
Right, queen e2 is certainly possible, that's right. And in general, how do you feel about these positions from black's point of view? Pawn down, but with those lovely pawns, c4, d4, and free development. You think it's... Would you rather be black in this kind of position?
I think yes.
Okay.
I think black has a lot of initiative here. Just knight c6, then d3, maybe knight d4,
right.
coming to c2 or b3.
Maybe white's bishop should be on f4 to prevent a rook coming to b8. In general, I mean.
Oh, but still, okay, let's say knight c6, bishop f4. It looks really good for black.
Anyway, we see Fabi there thinking what to do. They've spent both about between 50 and 55 minutes. Sorry, they have about 50 or 55 minutes remaining each. Shall we switch now, Anna, please, to Maxim's game?
Yes, sure.
which was a Najdorf, and when we left it, Sashikurin was still thinking, wasn't he, what to do? In a fairly sort of known variation, let's say, topical.
This is the current position. White has already spent more than an hour and 10 minutes to get here. It's move number 24, and rook c7 was the last move played. I believe preparing something like rook b8 and b4, and also overprotecting the f7 pawn because it may be attacked.
So what does White have for his pawn?
White has a great bishop on d5, and also the knight on h5 is a bit out of play, but it has to stay there to stop h5.
Gluing Black's position there, definitely. That knight.
Well, White's main compensation is due to a bishop pair advantage, and that White is controlling the light squares much better, the light central squares. This bishop is really the main asset.
Right. There is, and isn't there, the possibility of bishop b6, but I suppose that allows knight f4.
Yeah, I also think so. Bishop b6, and then just knight f4. Followed by knight d5.
Correct.
And we'll have to give this bishop. Maybe we will win the pawn on a5 after that, but what is more important, the bishop on d5 or the pawn on a5? That's the question.
This, if you're a supporter of Sashikurin here, it's a bit worrying that he's so far behind on the clock. Down to something like 35 minutes.
What about the idea of rook f1, f and f4 to attack on f7?
Right. Yeah, that seems sensible.
No, maybe after rook f1, Black can play. No, I thought about queen h3, but then we just take on b5.
Rook h f1 and f4 to follow, maybe. So let's try rook. So I mean, Black wouldn't play rook b8, then he wouldn't leave the take his rook off the e file, I don't think.
Queen f5 is possible.
Do you think Black could start with b4 in these kinds of position?
It's a question if we can take on b4 or not. I mean, take in 2 times.
Take twice.
How dangerous it is to
I'm not
open
sure.
this file. After rook b8, we play f4 anyway. Maybe even bishop d2.
Right, and White could keep that pawn. Yeah, Black can neither play rook a8 nor rook a7. Queen a4 might be a reasonable move.
What are the other ideas? Okay, bishop b6, rook f1. Don't really see many other.
Yeah. I like your idea of rook hf1 and f4. Or he could maybe move his queen to threaten bishop b6. Queen, well, I don't know where. Queen somewhere. Queen d2 or something. It's a bit strange. Anyway, Black has rook b8.
Like here in this position, yeah?
There
Yeah,
we see
Black
Sashikurin
is going to play rook
very
b8.
smartly dressed. Suit, jacket and tie there.
Approved by the dress code of the tournament.
No question. Well, we haven't seen his shoes, we haven't seen his footwear, but certainly what we can see is approved. He's won many tournaments in his career, Krishnan, including, I think, in Pamplona one year, I think he was first. Very strong event there. Category 15 or 16 or something. And I think he won the Aeroflot tournament as well. We spoke about the Aeroflot events, didn't we, some days ago? I think he was one of the players who've won that event. Or tied for first, anyway.
I'm not sure he won. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, we will see what
But his
Which
time,
idea?
I mean, that's the thing. Look at the time. I mean, that's the thing. That's
Okay, still
most,
more than half an hour and
Hmm.
not like 1 minute on the clock. So
I said category there, 15, 16. Anna, I think just explain that as tournaments are rated by category according to the average rating of the field
yeah, for
of
us
the
it's
players.
quite obvious.
Well, I have to think what category 16 or 15 is, but so, for example, a tournament, the average rating of 2600 would be category something. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Okay, like
Every
all
25 points, I think, isn't it?
yeah, top level events. I think it's category number 21
Right.
or not.
Yeah,
Like where Carlsen plays and
yeah, but I think every 25 points, isn't it? The category goes up by one.
yeah, maybe.
I believe, anyway. Somebody help me.
But these categories can only be calculated when it's a round robin
In a
event,
closed tournament,
not,
correct.
Not
That's
in the
right.
open tournament.
It's the average rating of all the players in the in a round robin in a closed event. And also to do with norms and things, wasn't it? Before I know that to achieve a norm in a category 12, you had to score this and that.
But yeah, of course. But now it's different.
I believe so.
Yeah, now it's different.
Oh, he's played Queen D2, I think, Anna. And that's threatens Bishop B6 without Knight F4 coming. Or has he
But
played it or
no,
not?
no,
So he
no,
hasn't played it. Sorry.
He's still thinking it's just...
He hasn't played it. That was the move that's...
Okay, he'll make the move.
I believe we have a draw on one of the top boards, Anna.
Yeah, this one between Anton Guijarro and Daniel Dubov. So we saw
Guijarro. David Anton Guijarro.
Stuart, Jan
I
Nepomniachtchi.
know, I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, I'll let you off.
Okay, Guijarro. So A4, A5, this we have seen. Okay, and now many trades.
Many trades. And Rook FC8.
Ah, okay, 2600 is category 15. We have got an update.
Oh, great. Okay.
Yeah, 2000. 2601. Starting from 2601, it's category 15. And then it goes higher if the average rating is higher. So, yeah, quite
And
many.
draw by repetition, is it?
Yeah.
Could White have played
Peaceful.
Queen E7 or not?
Peaceful game. With the rook on A8 or with the rook on B8? I believe it's more logical to do it here.
What was happening then? I suppose just Queen 6 B2,
yeah,
right?
I think maybe Queen E4. Or
Queen E4, sorry,
B2.
I beg your pardon, yes.
No, I don't know what's better. Maybe taking B2 was better.
So White keeps annoying Black with the Queen on A7 and B7, attacking A5 or attacking the Knight on B6.
Also, when the knight comes to D5,
That's
it
right.
would be a strong knight. So I think it's quite reasonable to agree for a draw here because too many pieces have been traded, and well, to win this position with White,
Yeah.
of course, it's theoretically possible, but it also makes sense to just agree for a draw and
Okay.
to prepare for the next game.
Anna, I'm seeing here that possibly board one of the women's events is one we should be looking at now because Lei Tingji may be doing very well indeed. Should we have a quick look at that?
Really? So this is the game where White sacrificed the pawn on E4.
Right.
And this was the moment when that happened. A5 was the last move played, and this is the current position.
I mean, it may seem to be that she's a pawn up. Black is a
Yeah,
pawn
Black
up.
is still a
and
pawn up, and
what does
Black
White
can take
have?
this one.
What, in fact, does Nino have for her pawn? A center pawn as well.
Actually, I don't feel the compensation for this pawn. Even if we can't take on A5 and make some boring move like Queen A7.
Boring. Solid move.
I don't think it's so solid.
It's not boring, it's solid. Chess is never boring, Anna.
Okay, sorry.
I mean, Black's a pawn up, right? With a great position.
Yeah, good news for late in
I mean, there should be a white pawn on e3 then, which we could talk about a normal kind of middle game. But the white pawn is missing.
This would be a great result for late in here. It's quite an important game for her. If she wins this one with black pieces, it's quite a serious, how to say, word.
Yeah, well, lead, and I mean, she's really putting pressure on her rivals, isn't she? If she wins with black today, already half a point ahead. Because we can expect some draws in some of the games, at least among the top players.
So she's leading with 5 out of 6, and there are only 4 players who are half a point behind. And okay, her opponent is one of them. So if she eliminates Nino, then yeah, who knows? Maybe she will be the sole lead with more than half a point ahead.
And she's clearly fully focused on that candidate spot if she wins this event. What happens, Anna? Are there tie breaks or not? I should know this, but if 2 players tie for first, for example, in the women's section?
Yeah, there are some additional tie breaks. It's not like they play additional games. Here
we are, look. Okay, so the tie break. The same for both events and various...
Buchholz got 1.
Right.
It's like Buchholz without the player who scored the least number of points.
Right.
Then normal Buchholz, including that player.
Yes.
Followed by Sonneborg Berger, and then a direct encounter, and then drawing of lots.
Then and only then drawing of
lots. Well, we will never get there.
I was just reading, actually, nothing to do with these tournaments, but of a candidates match that was decided by the spin of a roulette wheel between Vasily Smyslov and Hübner. Was it not? Robert Hübner.
Right.
And I saw a lovely photo. It was on social media. I saw a photograph of that sheet, which I hadn't seen before, actually at the casino, where of course they had to use this form of tiebreak.
Yeah, because all the criteria were the same. So
yeah, and it was a match. It was a 2-player match, so most of the tiebreaks don't come into play, I suppose. And anyway, what I wanted to say was that Robert Hübner he didn't come to that spin of the wheel, so he was absent. In the photograph, you could see Vasily Smyslov and various other spectators and tournament officials and so on, but Hübner wasn't there. He was, he wasn't there. And then Smyslov won. But the first spin of the wheel, it came 0. The ball landed on the green 0. How about that? So
I didn't know about that.
So it had to do the second spin.
I didn't know about 0, I mean. So the first was 0.
So the first one, was quite incredible.
Nowadays we don't have it. We have quite many tiebreak criteria, and it never gets
we don't
too
have
far.
The roulette option for these tournaments.
Roulette options. In the worst case, the player plays additional game, but no roulette.
So here we think that she's played Queen C6. Now, is that a boring move, Anna? Would you say?
Boring. So she built. Is it also called a battery?
It is called a battery. Well done.
It is called a battery.
Exactly. It is a battery.
So the knight is pinned. Also, here are possible other ideas. For example, if this knight moves to b3, we just take and then take the bishop on c4. But now the rook, this rook can move. With the queen on b6, it was not possible, as the rook had to protect.
Also, does black threaten e5 here, Anna? Is e5 a threat?
Yeah, e5, e4. The advantage of the battery.
The advantage of the battery. I mean, it just looks like an opening disaster for white, doesn't it? Somehow. Pawn down with a worse position.
Yeah, bad news for Nino.
Bad news. Of course, she can fight, and she will do. So the results is still very much open, but we have to say that black is doing exceptionally well here. And she is the tournament leader. Now, how's Alexandra Kosteniuk doing, Anna? Who's she playing today?
It's board number 3. Oh.
We looked at this game, didn't we? This was the Nimzo Indian, the classical with 4e3.
But if black takes, we take on... Wait. What do? We take... there are so many possibilities. The boring one is to take...
The boring move is to recapture.
And
Which also
still
looks
winning the e5
completely
pawn.
winning. No, it looks like
But there are so many other options to consider. How did it happen? Okay, this
something
d5.
has really gone wrong in this game for black.
I think that starting from knight a5, it's already like the move in the wrong direction. Because to attack the c4 pawn, you have to spend a lot of time on together, and all these ideas which I mentioned, even like d5, even if it's a sacrifice, it's still dangerous for black. So knight a5, d5 played,
Right, directly.
and knight e4. This is strange.
It is. To come to, it looks a bit. It reminds me of the game that actually Alexandra lost as black in the Nimzo Indian against, was it Leila Yavakishvili some days ago?
Against Nino.
Against Nino, sorry, against Nino. That's right.
So knight d6, knight g3. Okay, all these pieces are coming to attack.
Yeah.
Even bishop g7 here is already the move to consider. So queen e7, bring the queen to defense.
E4.
Bishop a6. Couldn't she play e5 at least?
I suppose F4 was coming.
F4, f6.
Wow. Okay, it's possible. It really does look bad for black there. Maybe
You
you're
think
right.
so?
Maybe it was possible to just to hold the e5 point.
Okay, it's not as horrible as
that's
the
the game.
position she has now, because of course white can take, then play something like queen h5, forcing rook e8, and then knight f5, let's say. But okay, what she did was even worse. Bishop a6, queen g4. She can't take on c4. It's checkmate. So e5, f4, queen d7.
Knight
Okay,
f5.
all the pieces are just coming there.
Yes. And this long diagonal bishop on b2, staring down there towards g7 points. What on earth is black going to do to get out of this? Those are the standings at the moment. So, and if, as we've said before, if Lei Tingji can win this, she goes to 6 out of 7. And looking very strong, I have to say. And to win with black, it's also important, isn't it? So,
Okay, this one is just a very bad position for black. I don't
but
believe.
sorry, that was a different game. This is Alexandra, sorry. This is Alexandra's game. Looking
Okay, it's just no chances to save it.
like just a completely one position.
Harika
Okay.
Dolnavale ended her game against
This is a
Jolanta
draw.
Zawadzka.
How is Elizabeth Petz doing? There we see her on camera. Or briefly we did.
The game where she sacrificed a pawn. So what happened? Takes, knight d7 was played. g4, you asked about that move, it was
Yes.
played. Bishop g6, knight a5.
Knight a5. Did she play knight b8? Bishop f6?
She didn't. She played h6 to stop g5. Bishop f4. And even now she didn't play knight b8. She played knight e5. Takes, takes, takes. And that's it. And Elizabeth has just made some move.
Right.
Was it knight c6? Yeah, it's
She's played knight c6 now. Good.
I like Elizabeth's position. She can take the pawn on a6, so taking the pawn back. And also these pawns are potentially weak.
Yes.
The pawn on d5 and the knight on c6 are extremely strong. This knight basically dominating the position, so no rook d8 or rook b8 is possible.
I agree, it looks very nice for white. She's playing well here, isn't she, Elizabeth? She's having
Yeah,
a good
quite
event.
well. A really good result. So right now she's just half a point behind the leaders. The leader.
The leader. There we see a closer shot. And she's doing well again today. And also the clock times there. We think about half an hour extra for Elizabeth on the clocks at the moment.
Black should try to bring this knight to d6. So maybe some move like queen h4.
And if knight takes e5?
Yeah, this is the problem. So
Also that rook on a3 defense, of course, on h3.
Okay, queen e8 is really very passive. Queen d6 or queen f6. I don't want to put the queen under the rook. I mean, when the rook comes to a6. Maybe queen c7.
Maybe queen c7. All right. Or what about queen g5, Anna? Queen g5? And then would white take this pawn on a6?
Oh, why
I
not?
suppose so. Why not? Yeah.
Let's
why
check.
not?
Well, let's take it.
And then knight c4.
Even d6 is interesting.
d6.
I just...
Push. d6, d7. Right. Why not?
Oh, looks winning.
Yeah, before the black knight gets to blockade the pawn.
Good opening preparation by Elizabeth
And this
for today's game.
Right.
Though we have to say that Natalia is a really good fighter. A few days ago, she managed to save a difficult position against Harika Dronavali. So she will try to find some
That's
ideas
right.
here. She will not lose easily. Queen c7 has been played.
She's played queen c7. Okay. Anna, maybe we could have a quick look at Bardur Djubarova's game in the open section when you have a chance to. I'm not sure who he's playing actually. There we see the playing hall.
Bardur always has some crazy games.
Yes, I know. He won. Of course, he lost. Well, he won that game in 14 moves, didn't he, against Jules? I think it might be board 33 against Jules Moussad. 14-move victory.
Oh gosh.
Look at this. Look at this. Now, how did they get to this position?
Which opening was it? It's the opening we saw. Yeah, we saw in the previous rounds, and
another opening that we're seeing quite a lot of, isn't it?
Fabiano played with white and then with black in just one round before this one. So knight c6, e5, queen c7, just like Fabiano played with black pieces, and rook b8.
Right.
This is kind of a suspicious move, but it's not a bad choice for the rapid or blitz games, because in this line black is going for a piece sacrifice.
Rook b8. There we see Bardur in shot. So what happened after rook b8, Anna?
Sometimes the game develops by c4 or bishop b4, king a2 and castle.
Really? And just leave the knight on d5?
Yeah, just having an interesting position. But c4 was not played. a3 was played by
preventing
Yuri.
any checks on b4.
Queen b6. c4 now. Okay, bishop b4 check is no longer possible. Knight to e3. Queen d3. Takes. Black has problems with this square, so c5. Bishop d2. And d5 played.
Wow, d5.
Taking on b2, was it possible or was it dangerous?
Maybe king e2, I was thinking about.
Preparing rook b1. Yeah, it's dangerous to take and to open this file, because if you trade everything and then get our rook to b8.
Yes, and black's so underdeveloped.
So d5 was played. It takes d6, f5, knight g5, and now h6. Could black take on d6?
Well,
if black takes with the
I
bishop,
don't see why not.
What would happen?
Bishop c3, perhaps.
I thought about queen h3 also.
And there we see Bardur then, a closer shot, and he's made his move.
Okay, so h6 was played, queen h3, and now...
Oh, queen h3, okay.
And seems like he has
Rook
played
g8.
rook g8.
So the knight is now attacked.
Queen h5 will be met by g6.
Yes.
But I mean, having every single game like this, one needs to have good nerves.
Well, he has good nerves, I think. No,
But
I
what
mean, he
about
loves
his
chess and
supporters?
His supporters, yeah. He should.
It's just heartbreaking.
Rook to g8 from Badur. So
He will not manage to castle in this game.
well, he definitely can't castle. He's moved both his rooks. White can still castle, I believe. Not now. Would not be a good move.
So should white make some move like knight f3 or some ideas to sacrifice the knight with maybe bishop c3,
Bishop C3
and
and
then if black takes. There is also another idea with queen h5 and queen h7.
Ah, yes.
Actually, bishop c3 was played.
Already.
Just a second.
So just show us again. If pawn takes knight, he's played it.
Yeah, bishop c3 on the board. So if pawn takes knight, then there are two ideas. One of the ideas is just to castle and to say that the king is in the center, and another idea is to check.
Check to force black, or not to force, but to make black play g6 and then queen h7. And what happens to that rook? And white's king is safe. Safe, safe, safe. This looks just to be lost for black, I would say. And anyway, so white keeps his b2 pawn. White is ready to castle queenside if he chooses.
If bishop d6,
And then queen h5, do you think?
Queen h5, this take. A very dangerous position.
It looks
for black.
really bad, doesn't it? It looks really bad. Bishop c3. Do you think he missed that white didn't have to move his knight?
I don't think so. Maybe already before rook g8 it was, I mean, maybe it was already very problematic here.
Critical, yeah.
Because queen h5 is coming, what to do? So I think
Okay.
maybe instead of d5 he could try some other options. d5 looked very risky. I think he missed something there because d5, it takes d6, it's more or less forced. f5, I'm sure knight g5 is the move that he anticipated.
Yes.
And after h6,
Queen
well,
h3.
actually I don't know what he missed because queen h3 also looks very logical.
That's right. I think your sister has finished her game, Anna.
What do you mean? She
What do I mean? I'll say it again.
You
I
mean
think
she finished
I
her
meant what I said. Have a quick look.
What happened in her game? Yeah, true. It's a draw.
Just how did that happen? Did they repeat moves?
So we saw this position, knight f6, b3 was
Oh,
played.
b3. I think I said b3.
Yeah, bishop a3, a5. She played c3, but I don't like this move.
Well, we can see that why she played it to prevent b4. Let's just play through quickly to just to catch
Yeah,
us
okay,
to
but
see how
after
the game
c3,
finished.
bishop a6 and c5 is coming, so I think that maybe bishop b2 or I don't know, maybe just rook d1 or rook c1 and just wait. Okay, she played c3, bishop a6, knight g3.
Right, as you said.
h4.
h4, of course.
For you.
You have to play h4 in this
it's for you.
rotation. You have to. It's a new FIDE rule.
Castle h5, rook 8, queen g5.
Okay, so black survived the opening. That's the point. Got castled and
Takes.
developed.
Well, black's position is completely fine here. h6. h6 I'm not sure because it's weakening the g6. But okay, h6.
Knight g4.
And this is where
oh, they repeated like this.
So could she
So
do...
Maria didn't see any chances for an advantage. Okay.
I think she could try to continue with rook d1. Knight h4.
Sure.
Okay, she decided to repeat. So she was not
She wasn't feeling too confident there, although her
Yeah,
position, I mean, as you say, there was certainly many things that she could have tried. And Layla also happy to repeat moves. Anna, we're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be right back with the Open and top women's games as well. So we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
We will be back with action.
new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
And welcome back, everyone. And there we see in our screens on the picture there, Alireza Firouzja. And Anna, we will go back to his game as well. He's playing Yevgeny Nagier from Russia. And this game was a Petrov or Russian defense, in fact.
Yeah, this is the top board for today, board number 1. Alireza Firouzja, Yevgeny Nagier, both of them are leading, as well as 3 other players, Krishan Sashikiran, Maxim Vashilagrov, and Alexei Shiro.
Okay.
And we stopped watching this game not so long ago, Bishop, like at this moment when Bishop G6 was played.
Correct.
Now Rook A1, really logical, Bishop E4. So this was the idea of black. I think Rook A to D8 or Rook F to D8 was also possible, but Bishop E4 was played. Knight G5 followed. Takes. D4. Just a second. What if Knight E5 or Queen E5? Is it possible? Is it good? Is it bad? Nobody knows. Maybe F3 was prepared and then taken D5. Right. Yeah, if we take the pawn on D5 back, then of course the bishop pair advantage, and also C5 is a serious weakness. It's better that black's pawn for black it would be better to have the pawn on C7. Better of course on C6 just to protect the pawn on D5.
Sure.
Okay, that's a different story.
And another move coming over now from white. So D4 was played.
D4, Bishop F1, Queen G6. Did you see what?
No, I didn't see
Queen F4.
What Alireza played. Queen F4.
So attacking the bishop. The bishop can move to D5, but then Bishop D3 is coming. The bishop can also move to F5.
Right, Bishop F5, yes.
Then I don't know what is
or
coming.
Or even Bishop C2, Anna, to sort of attack this rook. Does that help anyway?
Yeah, Bishop C2, another option.
And then Rook D2, we expect?
I actually prefer white's position. It's opened and a bishop pair.
Well, okay, but black is, of course, very solid. One of the rooks to E8.
The problem is that the rook can't go to D8, yeah? The bishop is controlling.
Maybe H6.
Well, when rook E8, bishop comes to C4, then already some ideas to take on F7.
I wonder whether black should move the other rook to E8. Rook A,
E8.
Rook
A to E, okay. So, but maybe H6 first, yeah? Bishop H4. Okay, rook E8, let's say bishop C4.
Right.
Black still has to solve some minor problems.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So that's how I feel.
Both players have used about the same time, almost exactly the same amount of time there. 32, 33 minutes left each. And Anna, they're on move number 20 or so?
Right now they are on move 19, so
19.
Queen F4, move number 19.
Okay.
There may be some time trouble in this game.
So the bishop on E4 is under attack, and really he'll have to move that piece. Yeah, so Yevgeny to play his next move there.
Okay, so Shikran game. We haven't seen it for quite some time. Rook, what did he decide? He played Rook H to G1.
Sashikiran versus MVL, Maxim. Rook H1 G1 was played.
We didn't expect that. We talked about Rook F1.
Rook F1 with the idea of F4, we discussed.
And also Bishop B6. Rook G1 we didn't expect, but I think his idea is to bring the rook to G4, and so that after Rook B8, there is no B4. That's how I understand.
Okay.
His plan. So
right, he's really short of time, Anna, isn't he? He's down to something like 13, 14 minutes. we believe, and with Maxim still about an hour on his clock.
Actually, after rook b8, no rook g4, but bishop b3 was played. Okay, bishop b3, I think with the idea to meet b4 with takes and a4.
And a4, right.
King h8. Maybe black wants to push f5.
Could be.
Rook f1 now.
Oh, now he played
He
rook
could
f1.
play it earlier. Knight g3, rook g1, knight h5, rook f1. Are you expecting
Oh,
the
I
repetition?
see. Are we going to see a draw by repetition? I wonder. And Sashikun has got up from the table, letting Maxim mull this over, whether he would be satisfied with the draw. What do you think, Anna? Do you think... let's look at the standings there.
I think it was better to sit over the table. Because if your opponent accepts the draw, then okay, it's more convenient for him to do it when the player there. And also when you have
Look,
just
knight g3 has been played.
Knight g3.
It could be that this game is going to end in a move or two by threefold repetition.
Just let me calculate. It's a rook. We need to make it by rook g1.
Fabiano
so rook
also
g1
seems to be marking his score sheet. And I think this is going to be a draw, don't you? Rook
But it's
g1.
only the second time.
And there we see Alexandra Kosteniuk watching. This is going to end.
Okay.
In fact, he's stopping the clock.
Yeah,
Maxim.
he's climbing. He's climbing through.
He's claiming a
through
draw.
full-
I'm surprised he didn't just play his move or offer or something. Nobody seemed to have said anything.
He could actually make move number 30 and offer after knight h5 instead of, claiming. And
Both players looking at the score sheet. Their score sheets look.
I think they are both ready to end this game.
But I would have expected Maxim just to look at his opponent and offer a draw or something, or say something, and then. So here we have the arbiter.
Do you agree? Yes, I agree. Okay, go home. Sometimes
And they're agreeing a draw. Okay.
The arbiters, they are like, okay, it's already move 30, so it's obvious that if the players wanted, they could just make one more move. And
Actually, in this event, Anna, Maxim seems to be playing. Of course, he's playing very well, but I mean, as white particularly, he's playing sharply, and I think he has 3 out of 3 with white. And with black, he's happy to draw, let's say, or his tournament strategy maybe is just to hold with black and win with white.
he has always been the player who had a much better score with white pieces. So I think he's okay with his draw, and then tomorrow with white pieces, if he gets white, because it can also happen that he gets another black. But if he gets white, he will try to put pressure on his opponent.
The players are getting up and taking their things, and of course leaving the playing area.
Okay, what did Caruana do? We didn't know. We were unsure what to do. He took the pawn on c5.
He took on c5.
He's a very principled player. I mean, I don't know how he has courage to do it all and to go into such complicated lines. But he does it very often. He took on c5. Rook c8 was played, and he didn't take on d4.
He didn't. That's interesting. He left the d pawn on d4, but he took the c5 pawn. Queen d5. Well, black cannot play a move like rook c2 because of queen d8 checkmate. That's quite important.
True,
I
but
think you agree.
I'm actually worried about his position. Okay, knight c6 with the idea of knight b4. How to stop it? Bishop d2 or?
Absolutely, bishop d2. Why not?
Maybe queen d3. This king. Will Caruana castle today?
You think we should have a poll?
No. Poll. We are asking for the poll. Queen
Queen
d3, maybe
d3.
just
Now,
rook
what does that
c1.
threaten? Is there a threat? I mean, I know you stopped king f2, but
Yeah, but yeah, maybe just rook c1 in its case. So
sure, rook c1. And there we see
rook
closest
b8.
shot there.
If rook b8.
Rook b8 in that position instead. Right, after bishop d2. Attacking the b2 pawn.
If before we take, anyway.
Okay, b4, knight takes.
Bishop takes, rook takes.
All right. So as we said before, an all-American clash here. Big game, of course, for both of them.
What is important about Caruana, I think he can control his emotions very well. I
Right.
mean, I believe he doesn't like his position so much here, but nobody sees it.
Yes, you wouldn't know, would you, from looking at him?
Okay, maybe some of his, relatives or people who are really close to him can realize that maybe he doesn't like it. But just looking at his face, you wouldn't say that he's like so much upset about it. The same about when he's winning. He's not like extremely happy.
Interesting. Yeah. I think you're right. Okay. So he has played queen, if we just go back a couple of moves, so he's played queen d5. He didn't take on d4, but played queen c5 to d5. It's hard to see a better move, isn't it, than knight c6, Anna, here?
What else?
I mean,
Knight c6 is such a natural,
very
the
natural
most
move. Maybe one could play a move like h6 to play rook c2, but it looks a bit odd. It looks a bit odd, but to keep the c file open.
I mean, yeah, like h6, just bishop d2. If rook comes here, we can just play rook c1. Well, you have to develop these pieces and...
Anyway, of course.
So...
All right. So a sharp game, certainly. And white is 2 pawns up in this game. Could even have been 3 pawns up last move.
We can just think about maybe knight d7. I don't know if it works.
Wow, knight d7, look at that.
Rook
And then
c2,
sacrifice.
This. And okay, if we started sacrificing, let's just
Keep
continue.
sacrificing. I don't believe this,
But,
Anna. I think
okay, we tried, it didn't work.
you tried it. Not, what do you mean we tried it? You
Okay,
tried it.
if it's a mistake, then it's my mistake. I see how it works.
Okay, Milan, you have an interview for us, please. Over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Stuart. First interview of the day. We're joined by Kirsan Sasahiran, who just drew his name with Maxime Bashir-Lagrave. I remember, I've noticed the two of you talking outside, analyzing the position, thinking how each side could have improved. Just looking at the final position, could you have improved it better or not?
I'm not really sure, because on the queen side is some kind of a standstill because he cannot play b4, and then because I take cb4, ab4, and a4 and getting a free pass pawn on the side. And I'm a pawn down, but the thing was I was trying to get in f4 at some point, but he's stopping with knight g3 and sometimes maybe even some queen f5, yeah. So it was kind of difficult for both sides to improve the positions. So I think the draw was a logical result.
Okay, now 7 rounds have passed for both you and Maxime, but in your case, you gradually made your way up to the top.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about the coming rounds and the coming period?
Well, there's going to be some. I mean, it's an extremely strong tournament, and I'll try to play, yeah, because it's in this tournament you're trying to make as much with the white pieces as much as you can, and then with the black you're trying to hold a little bit. But if you get a chance with black, then why not? Yeah, because before the rest I won a game with black, so you have to look for your chances everywhere.
So now as the tournament is progressing and we're reaching final round, it's going to become more clearer who's in for the prize, who isn't. Obviously at your level the differences in play and the positions are just nuances.
Yeah.
does it make sense to risk in an even position in order to go for a prize or
Well,
something? Does that feature
at this
in your
point,
calculations?
at this point, if I felt I had a clear-cut chance, and I would have definitely risked it, because in the last position, it was not very clear how I could improve without taking a big risk. Yeah.
But generally, if
in general, if you're kind of having a good position, for instance, in the last position against Maksudlu, I was completely winning, but I did not see a critical idea with 8-6. I mean, I had to look all over the board. Yeah, I mean, my pieces are playing all over the board, but when I missed this idea with 8-6, if you simply miss this idea, it's just you see that your position does not offer much. Yeah.
Yesterday was rest day. You told me you're enjoying it here quite a bit in the hospitality. Has the rest day come good for you? Do you feel energized more, and would you welcome more rest days? Or
well, the rest days are kind of a two-edged thing. Sometimes when you're having a momentum, then it's kind of
stops the way.
It stops a little bit, but I've had a lot of time to work yesterday, and it was I felt it was really fruitful for me, because I really did not go to the excursion or something. I simply stayed in the hotel, and then I managed to work when I was like, when you play. Yeah, for instance, 3 to 7, I was basically working. So at some point it became clear my mind was working. So why not?
So the best rest day is a work day for you. Thank you so much. Good luck with the rest of your tournament.
Well, on last part, I would like to really thank the organizers for the hospitality, and especially the people at the hotel and everything. The arrangements are excellent, and I feel. And also, the organizers are taking the safety of the players, the health and of the players very seriously, and we are testing almost every 3 days once. So I think it's a very good tournament, and I would really like to come back here again.
Okay, great. Well, we hope you do. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And Milan, thank you very much for that interview, and Krishnan Sashikiran there, who has drawn his game with Maxim Vagraf. Thanks to both Milan and Krishnan. And there we see Fabiano in shot, Anna. And I'm not sure if Sam Sevian has replied. Queen d5 is the last move that we saw from Fabiano.
Yeah, I have just refreshed the page to be sure that no moves were played. But yes, indeed, Black is still taking time to take the decision if to play knight c6 or some other move. And I'm a bit puzzled.
As to what that other move could be, yes. We said possibly h6, but what about rook a7, Anna? Any sense in rook a7 followed by knight to d7, or doubling rooks or something, or bringing the rook to d7?
We can try that. So after bishop d2, you wish to play rook d7 or rook c7?
Well, I wish to play knight c6 before, but here, let's try rook d7. But does Black really want his rook behind that pawn?
I actually think that the queen is not well placed on d5, so by rook d7, Black just gives White time to bring the queen to a better place.
Right.
And I'm thinking like, what is the better place? What is the best place? Queen a5 offering a queen trade.
Queen a5, yeah. I mean, I agree, of course. Rook a7 to d7 looks a bit odd.
Yeah, of course, I want to maybe the queen on e2.
Or maybe knight d7 last move instead of rook d7, knight to d7. But again, I don't quite trust it.
We can even think about king f2. And then bring this rook to d1 and back king to e1.
King f2, and if rook c2...
I thought about this idea.
And what did you say if queen d3?
King e1.
King e1. Okay.
Notice if I like it.
Not sure about that.
Maybe Black could try knight c5 and knight d3 idea. Just one move. One move.
Looks like he's just played a move now, Anna. So... has he played knight c6 or not?
He's
played rook a7. How about that? Hey, amazing. Rook a8 to a7 has been played. Well, we're now going to go over to Peter Doggers. Peter, who has something to show us.
That's a funny coincidence because I'm also going to talk about a rook a7 move. This is actually about what Krishnan Sasikaran was just mentioning in the interview, and I thought it's good for the viewers to actually see what he was talking about. This is his game from the 3rd round against Parham Maksudlu from Iran. And in this position, the players actually agree to a draw by repeating moves with the queens. Bit of a queen dance, and here the players agreed to a draw, but as it turned out, white was winning in this final position. And Krishnan just said to us, he just missed the actual idea, and sometimes, well, if you don't see it, you don't. But also a rook a7 move, this time for white. It attacks the bishop on e7, and it's tricky to protect it. But of course, the most logical move is in that case to move it away. But after swapping here, Krishnan completely missed this very, very strong pawn move. You threaten to take on g7, which will also happen after g6. Rook g7, I mean, and the pawn will hang. So what about taking? Well, that is completely... Am I making a mistake here? Yeah, immediately queen h5, yeah. Yep, queen h5 immediately first is the move. But of course, the main question then is, but then I just go into the end game first, right? But here, it's actually revealed what happens. But now, because now with the queen trade, which is very good, very useful for white, we can actually push e7, push e6 to e7, and this will also win material with the bishop already perfectly looking at the promotion square. So the little pawn move h6 is what Sasikaran mentioned that he missed in that game, and so he, well, with Swiss tournaments, you cannot really say he should have had even a half a point more, of course, because then he would have had different opponents. But in general, yeah, this was a missed chance for him, but he's still having a great tournament. Back to NS2.
And Peter, thank you very much indeed. Isn't that amazing? Rook a7, we just saw in this position that Sam Sevian played. Peter shows us that, where white played rook a7 as well.
Actually, I remember that when checking that game, we spoke about this position, and in the final position, we suggested something like queen d1, queen b4, and then I came up with the idea like bishop c6 and rook c7. So it's kind of similar, but not exactly the same.
But,
okay, anyway.
So, in fact, so the repeated moves in the position where Sasikaran had a one game, it turns out. Okay, anyway, thanks, Peter, for that. So we see Fabiano on camera there. And rook a7. What do you think, Anna? A quick evaluation from you, and then we'll move on to the next game. In fact, he's moved,
bishop,
look.
Bishop d2.
Fabi has just moved. What has he played?
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2. All right. Okay. And, well, I suppose knight d7 is the...
was the idea.
Was the idea, the logical... I agree with you, Anna, that rook d7 doesn't look right. Shall we switch to another game? And then, of course, maybe Alexei Shirov, for example. How's he doing? Against Yesipenko.
Oh, he managed to play queen d4. He even managed to take the pawn on b2. Great news for Alexei. How did that happen? So after f6, bishop h4 was played, queen d4 as we expected.
Right, as we suggested might.
Now rook c1, queen b2, rook c6, and queen d4 back.
And Andrei
wants to
made
take something.
a move.
Bishop f6.
Bishop takes f6, I think.
Looks like bishop f6.
And Alexei to play. What could black do, Anna?
Just 1 second. Couldn't he take on c7? Or what would have happened if he took on c7?
Instead of rook c6?
Yeah, instead of rook c6. Of course, rook c6 is also a very logical move to attack on f6, to attack on c6. Yeah, maybe he could also take. Okay, anyway. Bishop
rook
f6
c6,
on the
queen
board.
d4, bishop f6. So black has this passed b pawn, this b5 pawn. Could perhaps start moving down the board soon.
So you would propose before or swapping the queens first on e3?
Yeah, because, well, or swap first, yeah. And I suppose the bishop is going to come back to b2, Anna, to block this pawn, do you think?
So to take.
And if b3, I mean, there may be other moves, of course, rook takes c7 or something. But anyway, here white succeeds in blocking the pawn and has, of course, a very good position.
If rook e8, trying to win this one.
One of the rooks to e8 to try to take on e4.
I just don't know which one. Okay, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop c7, then rook c8. If
it looks like black is the player who has to be accurate here. Don't you agree, Anna?
I agree. Yeah, white's position is better.
And also, white has two connected pass pawns on the king side. Don't forget, h3 and g4. So I don't know how black's going to deal with this actually. I guess he considered the f6 pawn was the most important one to take, and leave the c7 pawn on the board.
Yeah, these ones are anyway weak, but after taking on f6, there are some troubles with the. Oh wait.
Oh, there we have a result, and
so Alexandra Kostyniuk beat
she won.
Zhuzinor.
We don't maybe need to go and see the final moves. I don't know, but anyway, that's Alexandra there, and she won a very convincing, quick win there, Anna, as well. And don't know if we can have her for an interview, possibly, but she's right back in the tournament. So congratulations to her.
So she won the last two games. She won against Indian player the day before yesterday.
Vaishali, was it?
No. I think it was Vantika.
Oh, Vantika, I'm sorry, yeah.
And today she won another game with white pieces.
So Alexei show off here the position that we can see on the screen, and there they are, the two players. So it's his move. And some pressure here from white. At the moment, level material, but we can see that black has 2 or 3 pawns under attack. And as I said before, white does have these assets of 2 connected pass pawns on the king side, h3 and g4. And it looks like black's b pawn, although it's passed, can be blocked on b2 by the bishop in some variations.
Okay,
so
let's say this position is better for white. Actually, also this game between Gabriel Sargsyan and Nihal Sarin ended in a draw already quite some time ago.
Okay, right. Nihal continuing to have a good event, huh? He's doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not far off the lead.
Okay, this one is a long theoretical variation in the Nimzo Indian.
This is Yang Yi. Yu Yang Yi from China versus...
sorry, not from Indian, from Berlin. We saw this game... yeah, we saw this line.
This was the...
so
an Italian, right.
Yeah, quite some trades, and then...
Castle's queenside.
The players ended up in this position. Rook d7 is the last move. White can still try to play for a win. Because trying to trade the bishops and then to win this pawn.
Yes.
But okay, it's a long way to go together.
Right, and quite healthy drawing chances for black, I would say. But
so something like bishop b6, and black also can come with a counterplay like rook c2. Always has to be considered.
Correct. Yeah. So bishop b6, certainly a likely candidate move there. Good. Any other interesting games quickly, Anna? You can see ones that we haven't maybe looked at for a little while.
Board number 7, David Navarro against Alexei Sarana. We checked it. We checked this game in the opening.
We did.
And then we stopped like after bishop f1 and when c4 was coming. So it's a typical Marzi structure. But
David seems to be doing well here, no? He seems to be has some sort of advantage, would you say?
Black's position is also very solid.
And Milan, over to you now for our next interview.
Thank you very much. We're joined by Alexandra Kostenyuk, who just won another game. She won against Jar. It's your second win. You're back in the tournament. It was a quick win. It's your second win in a row. You're back in the tournament. It was a quick win. Could you just summarize what went wrong for your opponent?
Well, she misplayed in the opening because she let me play c4 and d5, and since I already have a 2 bishops advantage, it's like a dream come true for white in this line. And normally black chooses another move order in order to make this c4 d5 plan harder to reach. So she clearly misplayed, and then I just had a very pleasant position, and then she blundered a pawn, so it was quite an easy game.
Now you're back in the tournament, back at the top. You had a very good two games in a row.
I've never left the tournament.
No, I know, but you're feeling now fully where you should be, I hope. So it was a day of rest behind us. How are you now preparing for the second half? It started well. What will be?
Well, it's more like a finish already,
yeah.
Not even the second half. It's getting more difficult, I mean, physically, because, I mean, all these rounds and long hours of preparation kind of sum up, and here it's very important to find this balance and to still like hold till the very end, to have this energy left till the very end, which is quite challenging.
How do you manage finding the energy? I mean, would you welcome having more breaks in such long tournaments as sort of we edge towards the final rounds? Would you welcome more rest days or?
I mean, I wish we could have more rest days, but since rest days are usually preparing days anyway, it's more even challenging for me. But no, I mean, how can you keep more energy? Just hope that it's gonna be enough. You hope to be able to sleep well, which is also quite challenging. You hope to recover fast enough for the next games. But yeah, it's quite a difficult distance, 11 rounds with just one free day. And what can you say? Closer to the end of the tournament, yeah, you are very careful of, I mean, with the rest of your energy, and you try to keep it
together. And finally, I don't believe I asked you this last time when we were talking. The match in Dubai is upon us. What are your predictions?
Well, it's very hard to predict, of course. I'm gonna root for Jan.
For Jan,
that's an easy pick for me, at least. But then, I mean, as a spectator, I just hope that we're gonna see like the tension and the pressure till the very end. So it's not gonna be, decided after like a few decisive games in the middle of the match, because I want to see like the final rounds, the tension of the final games, and hopefully the tiebreak.
Jan will win. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. We wish you a lot of luck and we hope to interview you again. Thank you so much.
Yes, and thank you there, Milan and Alexandra, of course. Anna, she described her position after the opening as a dream come true. I think we'd agree with that.
Yes, c4, d5, I think it was really going very well and very straightforward. Black should have stopped it long ago, because after Black allowed that, it was a very easy and very pleasant play for Alexandra.
Okay, great. We're going to take a very short break, Anna, and then we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes to follow all the latest action.
Welcome back to our program. We are just joined by Hans Niemann Moke, who won his game against an Uzbek opponent of slightly weaker elo. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce correctly his name. It should be Yavokir Sindarov. I hope I pronounced it correctly. It was a quick game. Could you summarize the key moment for us? How did it become so quick?
Well, I caught him in the opening. He played a game against Fruge in the World Cup that I directly predicted, and I was able to prepare extremely deep and get a very big advantage. And then I think I just played logical moves, and he got into big time pressure at the end, and he honestly just collapsed.
When you felt you got him in that moment, obviously you pushed hard, pushed forward, and he was spending more time thinking. How do you spend that time? Obviously, you know you're in a better position. You know what your next moves are going to be. He walked into your preparation. What is on your mind then at that moment?
Well, I think I'm just considering the time situation and the fact that at one point he had almost 5 minutes for 20 moves. I think it's just trying to keep things as simple as possible, maintain the pressure, and sort of just let him sort of create the issue, because it was very clear that my position was dominant, and he sort of just got anxious and did something, and then I was able to respond, and there's nothing really he can do when he has minutes for 20 moves in a much worse position.
At this level. And generally, how do you feel about the time controls in this tournament? This tournament has one of the longest time controls ever. Are you comfortable with them? Would you prefer it was shorter?
Definitely not comfortable. I'm usually playing, in America, the time controls usually 90 plus 30. The extra 30 minutes after 40 moves is even something I'm not that comfortable with. I mean, you could say I'm comfortable, but I'm not happy with it, because I'm usually, I don't really, you could say I'm a faster player.
All right.
So my opponents having that extra time, I felt has allowed them to really survive situations that usually wouldn't be survivable, because I think in this tournament, to win a game, considering how much time you have, I think the level of defense here is just something that I really haven't been able to adjust to until now.
And again, just on time controls, do you think making time controls shorter would make chess more interesting?
Absolutely, no doubt.
So
I think only because this tournament is related to the World Championship cycle, there's an argument to be made that it should be more serious. But in terms of entertainment level, this time control is definitely not optimal.
And what about other changes? Like we had that Kramnik and Anand with the match without castling at all, keeping the kings in the center. Are you in favor of bending chess rules a bit more to make it more
No, I don't think the rules of chess should be changed, but I think the circumstances in which we play chess. But I think the direct rules, I don't think should be changed. I think it's a great game. I don't think you should change it. But I think that in terms of the time control and the structure of tournaments, I think that's where you can really make things more interesting if you want to cater to a larger audience.
It's better. And just finally, about the match in Dubai, it's weeks away. Who would you want to win, and who do you think will win?
Well, I'm actually going to be there for most of it, so I'm definitely going to be I'm very invested.
All right.
So I think that Magnus is just a huge favorite, but I think that it's going to be, I think if Nepo loses one game, I think the match is over.
All right.
Just from him as a player. So I think it's sort of the battle of who can win the first game. And I think Magnus can still recover, but I think if Magnus wins a game and he gets some momentum early on, I really think that his chances are quite slim. So I'm obviously looking forward to it, watching it in person, and I think that Nepo does have a style that could challenge Magnus, because he's quite dynamic, he takes a lot of risks, and so I think it's possible, but one loss I think will really be detrimental to the match chances for Nepo.
Okay, a very, very precise prediction. Well, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Milan. Thank you, Hans Niemann, who won his game, Anna. And well done to him. Congratulations. Talking there about the faster time controls, which are more typical in America. Do you have any feelings about that?
I don't think it's only in America, but I believe in many of the events, even in the open tournaments, the time control is shorter. And that's what we are more used to. So I believe actually many of the players in the open section, they would prefer to have a shorter time control. I mean, to keep it classical, but shorter maybe.
Well, like in fact the women have here. Well,
like the women
we
have,
could also talk about that again briefly, that the fact that there are different time controls here between the open section and the women's section.
We keep on mentioning it before every round, but yeah, it's much shorter actually. And we remember the interview of Alexandra Kostyniuk, the recent interview where she said that it's, especially for women, it's quite difficult if the time control is longer because we lose energy much faster and it's more difficult to recover. So it makes sense to have it shorter.
But do you think there's still a place for the long time controls like we have here in the Open? Do you think that any reason not to keep them for some events like this one?
I mean, it's possible, but first of all, what's the point of that? Like to have longer games. I don't think they actually become more exciting if we have longer time control. I believe that if there was the same time control in the open section, the games wouldn't be less exciting. If in the open section there was the same time control as in the women's section.
Okay. I remember, Anna, actually in Gibraltar, there in the main event, the Open there, that we have, or had, I should say, a longer time control, like the one we have here in the Open. So games could last for 7 hours. You know, games could last for 7 hours or more. But some players came up to me, and I can't think of names right now, and said to me, Stuart, you know, it's really nice to have this longer time control here because we get the chance to play end games out and actually have time on our clocks in order to play longer games. And it's something that they actually preferred.
No, I agree. Of course, there are, and even this tournament, I'm sure we will find players who actually prefer to have a longer time control. But somehow, I feel the majority will vote for. I mean, if there was such kind of voting, they would have voted for a shorter one. I think it's nice to ask players as many as possible, on this topic, because the time control is one of the important topics to discuss, and it's interesting to listen to their opinions.
Okay, great. Now, on the screens we see here, and also you can see in the image there, David Nevada from the Czech Republic, who has white against Alexei Sarana from Russia. And Anna, what do you think is happening?
It seems like it's just a very pleasant endgame for white. White's post pawn is definitely much stronger than this one. So I think white's chances to win this game are quite high. Yeah.
And white's king, of course, is centralized and can quickly come to the queen side or to c4, putting black's pawn under
maybe the
pressure.
only problem is if black plays rook a5 and then tries to attack try to attack our a4 pawn by knight d7, knight b6. Anyway, we'll come back to this game just after the interview with Leighton J. Over to Milan.
Thank you very much, Anna. We're joined by Leighton J. 7 rounds. You have won your game just quickly against Nino Batsishvili. You're on 6 points. How do you do it?
I don't know. Just play my chess and just be relaxed for this tournament.
You're just being relaxed. Okay, in this game, you obviously felt really very relaxed and comfortable, but your opponent didn't. What went wrong for her?
She played e4, and I think it was very, good opening for e4 because some top players played before. And when she played e4, I thought, okay, maybe it will be draw today, but I think she focused on lines, so she played queen c2. I think it was a big mistake.
Okay, so you're on 6 out of 7. Before this round, you were half a point ahead of everyone else. After this round, it may be even more. So how are you feeling about that? How big is the pressure?
Pressure. I think normal pressure for me because, I think I'm feeling good right now, so I just try my best to play every games. So for me, when I play against with black side, and I think maybe just play some very normal lines and just try to be equal. So when I play with white side, maybe I will try to beat my opponent.
Push a bit more.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're entering the final rounds now. The appetite for risk among players will be increasing. And how will you be reacting to that?
What?
the appetite of players to risk is going to be greater, obviously, because they want to achieve more. That could give some chances, but also could give false hopes. Sometimes when a player plays aggressively, it could frighten the other side. Sometimes it could completely diminish their position. How do you generally react to that when you feel that the player trying to push something which is not really, they're trying to chance it, so to speak?
I think the most important thing is like you just play your games. Like, and it doesn't matter that your opponent's reaction, but if you play very good with your style, so I think you can handle everything.
And do you adapt your play to the opponent, to the characteristics, the personality of the opponent, or do you just like Ligorich play against the pieces?
How to say that? Yeah, I think it's according to a different opponent.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
And thank you, Milan. And Lei Tingji there, thanks to her as well. Congratulations. And Anna, she has 6 out of 7, and she's really looking strong and, well, clearly the favorite.
Not only looking, but she's also showing it by her performance in her games.
So she must be confident. Look, those are the early results that we have so far today on the top boards.
We see that on the top 5 boards, we already have 4 results. So that's a little bit unusual from what we had in the previous games, previous days. Sorry, but Lei Tingji winning a very important game, and she will definitely be a sole leader after this round. So the only question is how many players will have like half a point less, and if there will be one at least.
Okay, there we see on camera Alexei Shirov. He's playing this very interesting game with Andrei Yesipenko from Russia, and we can have a quick catch-up, I think, Anna, to see how they're doing.
Actually, only one move has been played, Rook f7, because I think we stopped checking this game after Bishop f6, so Alexei played Rook f7. Quite a logical move to protect the c7 pawn, but still seems like Alexei still has some problems in this game.
Absolutely, yes. White is clearly a little bit on top here because White can go pawn up, right? White could trade on d4 twice, for example, or even take on a6, but there's clearly other things that he may wish to do as well. He may not rush to take either pawn.
We can check a little bit,
sure.
Just taking on d4 and what's going on here.
What would Alexei do then? Rook e8 maybe, or pushes b pawn, but the b pawn can be blocked on b2.
Yeah, that's what we discussed.
By the bishop.
So maybe even taking on a6, then after b3, just bishop b2, so maybe instead of b3, c5 makes sense. But okay, White.
That's a nice move. c5, does it work? If bishop takes c5?
Maybe.
b3.
Yeah, b3, maybe rook b6, and.
Right, rook b6.
Just not good for black.
Okay.
Okay, still some problems for.
Right, but clearly White in the ascendancy at this point, and there we see Andrei considering among various options. Now, Levon Aronian, Anna, how was he doing? We weren't sure, were we, about if he was completely level or not? And in fact,
he's a pawn down.
He's a pawn down.
So h6 was the last move. It's White to move. White can take another pawn on a6. So White can still make some other move and try to take it on the next move. So for example, something like knight g6 with the idea of rook e7 also looks logical.
This is looking very good for White, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. So after queen h4, knight d2 was played, castle, then queen g4 going for knight game.
Right.
It would be great to come with the knight to c5. c6, rook d7, knight g5, rook a7. Quite an unpleasant endgame for black.
Yes.
And again, now we are here.
So that's where they are at the moment. And once again, Anna, we see Levon by his standards, short of time, let's say, because he can play very quickly. But he's down to 8 minutes or so. And Andre with about 20 minutes left. But more importantly than that, it seems that's simply good for white. He's a pawn up, and he may even go to being 2 pawns up.
We remember that some rounds ago, Levon managed to save a very difficult game against Anton Demchenko, and here he has another difficult position. I think Andrei is about to make his move. So I believe it's either rook a6 or...
The man from your hometown, Lviv, looking really good here. Let's see what he does.
He wants to move the knight. Okay, f4 is not good because of rook d2.
Right, okay, yes. Knight g6 you were suggesting maybe.
Knight g6, even knight c6.
Here we, let's see what he does. What would happen after knight c6? You just want to bring the other rook in, yeah, to e7 or something?
Knight c6, rook d2, I'm not sure.
It looks like knight
That's
g6,
why knight
Anna.
g6, and after rook d2 I have rook e8 and knight f8. And knight g6 has been played.
Knight to g6.
Another idea of knight g6 is maybe knight e7 and knight f5.
So you can show us the checkmate, Anna, then. So if Levon were to play his d8 rook down the board to d2, white would, I believe, have a forced checkmate. Should you show the people watching?
Okay, then just rook e8, knight f8, knight e6.
Right, and that would be checkmate. So black's rook is tied to the back rank there.
King a7 has been played.
Okay. White to play.
What do you think about some strange move like even knight h4?
Knight h4. To come to f5. Yes, because knight e7 black could pin with rook e8, yeah?
Oh yeah, that's why I didn't want that.
Knight h4 or knight f4 for that matter.
Knight f1, knight h5, okay.
Big advantage, we think, or substantial advantage for white. It's quite sharp, and white is a pawn up, and the a6 pawn is also hanging. Knight h4.
No, this one I don't believe will be saved by Levon.
You think it's too much for white, yeah?
It's just...
Right, so we're expecting white to move his knight, and that will prepare rook e1 to e7. The knight could come around to f5. And okay, so we think Levon is in big trouble here. We'll come back to this, Anna. We'll try to keep jumping around and follow as much as we can of all the games. And
this is the game where we just saw the opening.
okay,
it came
Aryan
all the
Saudi
way
White from Norway, of course, against Sanan Shugirov from Russia, and they have this position.
It looks like a very pleasant position for white.
For white, I agree, absolutely.
This is the weakness. Also, h5 is a nice, nice fixing of the pawn.
Right,
so
yes,
now
with
also the
G6
g6 square is weak.
Yes, definitely prefer white there. Okay, let's jump around maybe to another one. And then we can go back to Fabi soon, maybe. Which other games do we have here? This is David Nevada.
So this is Davis.
Yeah, we're saying that we like white's endgame here, white's position.
We still like white's position.
Definitely. Yeah, clear on the outside pass pawn, let's say, the pawn furthest from the two kings. White rook behind the pass pawn, the best place to be, and the knight looking very good on c4 as well.
Here we see a draw between Yuyengi and Deak Bogdan Daniel.
This game is agreed drawn. All right, we sort of expected that, didn't we? No big surprise there. Okay, let's move on.
Petrosyan against Korobov.
The last move, knight b5 to a3. What do you make of that? To try to stop rook c2, I suppose.
But it looks good for black. This pawn is not under the attack because the queen has to defend the f2 pawn. So something like rook f6. I mean, this knight is out of play. If the knight was on e3 or f3, I believe white's position would be better. But with the knight on a3, it's basically
nice
okay.
for black, no?
Dangerous for.
Dangerous. I agree. I agree. Yeah, black has some initiative here, and white's knight definitely out of action there on a3. So looking better for black. All right. Let's have a look at something else.
So maybe let's go back to the top board.
Back to the top, fine.
Fabiano.
Here's Fabiano. This was a very exciting game. Black sacrificed 2 pawns. Now, look at that. Fabiano's king on e1 with the rook on either side. He hasn't been able to castle, nor has he played king f2. And this is looking pretty scary, Anna.
So it was bishop d2, rook c7, rook d1, rook c2, queen d4, taking another pawn. Nice. Well, sometimes, you know, when you start playing like that, then you just have to continue. You can't really change your mind. You have to accept all the challenges and hope you will survive.
Right.
So knight c6, queen e3, rook b2, bishop c3, rook c2, rook f1. He's trying now to glue his position again.
To glue his position. Yeah. Rook f2.
So yeah, he wants to bring the rook.
And try to exchange off this dangerous black rook on c2. The a3 pawn is hanging, but black may not be in a rush to take it. Which...
Though there is nothing wrong with taking,
no,
perhaps.
it's maybe... what would white do after queen takes a3? Bishop hanging.
Maybe bishop d2.
Bishop d2, all right.
And then again with the same idea to bring the rook somewhere here.
Right. So black would presumably move his queen, maybe queen a2, queen b2, these kinds of moves.
But what if we don't take? I thought about some knight a5 idea. I'm not sure it's good.
The players are getting a bit shorter time now. Fabi with about 8.5 minutes and Samuel with 5. Inside 6 minutes anyway, 5.5 minutes. Anna, which move are they on?
25.
25. Okay, so quite sharp. Maybe white's okay though. So last move, rook f1, he wants to play rook f2.
Even after knight a5, I think he wants to play a rook f2. Maybe.
What's the idea of knight a5? Just to come to c4?
Yeah.
I mean, the bishop's hanging as well, of course.
It's
it's not hanging,
half
is it?
hanging.
It's half hanging. It's not really hanging because there's a back rank mate. There we see Fabiano there. Alexei Shirov.
So besides queen a3,
Walking
I
up and down.
think there is also rook g2.
Right, sure. What would happen after rook takes g2?
Maybe rook g1.
Should we also, Anna, just very quickly check on Alireza? Just to catch up with this Petrov's. So a very quick look at how they got here. From where we left them.
Things are looking good for Alireza because I don't see the way to defend on d4. Black cannot play d3 as then the bishop is falling.
Good for white, you think?
It looks good for white.
Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, we will come back to all these top games and others as well in just a few very short minutes. So we'll see you all then. Don't go away.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Welcome everyone. This is the Speed Chess Championship finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen.
It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor.
Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
And welcome back, everyone. I'm Anna Muzychuk here with Stuart Conquest. We have a live broadcast from Riga, the capital of Latvia, where FIDE Grand Swiss and Women Grand Swiss is played. So we left you with a game between Fabiano Caruana and Samuel 7, and actually there have been quite some updates.
Wow.
Yes.
What happens here?
Now we see that the players are already in the end game. So that happened after Rook G2. No, Rook G2 was not played immediately, sorry. After Rook F1, first Queen A3,
right.
then Bishop D2, trade of the queens, and Rook G2. A very safe decision by Samuel, and well, now he's definitely out of danger. I believe that soon.
Right. I wonder if he had to swap queens and get his pawn back, but I mean, I understand he's happy with the draw now. And I'm sure that's how the game is going to finish as well.
I believe the game will be finished
very soon.
Yeah, very soon, maybe even after the next move. No draw offer, but it's already allowed. It's already move number 33. So if the players wish to, they can offer a draw.
Well, Sam a little bit shorter on time there, but really there shouldn't be any danger for black. And we anticipate this game to finish in a draw. So, Anna, a quick look maybe at one or two of the other top games.
Here we have Andrei Sepenko against Alexei Shirov. Alexei also on our screens.
Yes.
Rook F7 was the last move we saw. G5 was played. B5 before takes.
Right, and the bishop coming back to block this pawn, as we said a while ago, blocking this dangerous, or would be dangerous, B4 pawn. The pass B pawn is blocked. And Rook D2, okay.
Bishop C1, Rook D3, attacking on H3, and King F2 played.
Because if G6, Anna, there was Rook G3 check. That was quite important.
Yeah. G6 wasn't winning the piece because he had a check and the pawn falls. So King F2. Now, of course, if black takes on H3, white plays G6.
G6, winning a piece.
Winning a piece. So black has to do something about that.
If Rook F8 check, what would white play after Rook F8 check, Anna, do you think? The idea being if King E2, then bishop takes E4.
So if here we take on E4, King G2 would be a bit strange. You have to play King F2 and then King G2.
Right.
So
but otherwise Rook F6, but that doesn't look too bad for black.
But that's C5, then this pawn is...
So maybe, how would that be? King E2, bishop takes E4, and then take on C7? Not sure. Rook F8 check looks to me a reasonable move for Alexei.
Maybe really King G2 and now B3. Okay, after B3 actually B2 is still the threat. Because when we take there is Rook D2. But now
G6 is the threat. Okay, yes.
Well, but if he started with King G2 instead of King F2...
Anna, sorry to interrupt, but there on the screen we can see that in fact the Fabiano and Sam 7 have agreed to draw there. Just having a quick chat, you can see they've concluded the game, and they'll be just putting the pieces back. And yeah, so what can we say? A good result for black. It was a sharp game, wasn't it? He gave up 2 pawns, even 3 pawns.
Yes, 3 pawns at some moment. But very dangerous compensation, and maybe black could even try to achieve more.
Perhaps.
But black preferred a safe option.
It might be nice if we could have an interview maybe with Sam. I don't know if that's possible. But
how did he feel about his game?
Exactly. It'd be nice to chat with him. We'll see if we can manage that. But anyway, meanwhile, Alexei Shirov has just played a move. Let's see if he played Rook F8 check or something else. With the white king on. He did play Rook F8 check. And Anna, you're right. King G2. King. There we are. King G2. And.
So it's move number 37.
Right.
Both
So
players
they're almost at the time control.
They are down to 7 minutes, but it's not like they are in a real-time trouble because they need to make only 3 moves more, and they'll get additional 50 minutes.
White threatens G6 here, so black needs to do something to address that.
Maybe rook c3.
Or
Or
is that
rook f3.
Rook f8 to f3 maybe? Is that the move he's chosen? I think it is.
I don't.
We don't quite see.
I
It's,
don't have the move yet. Rook f3.
Okay. Obviously, he now has a check on g3 if white were to play g6. And is this just looking alright for black now?
I think now it looks better than it looked before because the queens are already off. There is no danger to black's king. Black is only pawn down, but
Yes.
black has got a lot of activity. Also, some ideas like rook g3, rook h3 are now. The bishop is active.
I think Alexei will certainly hold this game. I'm looking at this now. It's he's nice and active, and even white maybe needs to be a little bit careful.
How do you like the pieces on the screen?
Look at what a great shot that is. How clear that is. Look. So rook f8 to f3. Great shot. So Alexei Shurov really doing well, and it looks like I think he'll hold this.
What about Levon?
Levon, but also there we
Did
can see
he-
Alireza against Yevgeny. They've played some moves, Anna as well.
Okay, I have already opened this one.
Let's
so
have a quick look at Levon and then straight over to Alireza. So what's the latest here?
Well, it doesn't look good. I mean, knight h6, knight g4, and then the a6 pawn is also
Could
fallen.
simply be
so
3 pawns up.
yeah, that's a lot.
Wow, that looks like... and I have to say Levon not looking very happy there,
Yeah,
understandably.
If Levon loses this game, he's basically out of the fight for the first two spots because right now Levon is on 3.5 points out of 6,
Right.
and if he will be on just 50%,
Just on an even
so
score.
then
Mm.
just
Okay. What about Alireza, Anna? Should we just pop back because we saw a little flurry of moves, I think.
Alireza is already pawn up.
Okay, he's a pawn
So
up.
this pawn on d4, black didn't have a chance to save it. And here they enter this endgame. g5 is a nice move to stop f4, and now the pawn on e5 is heading.
Right, okay. So either white defends it or he attacks one of black's pawns. Maybe rook d7, he's played it, rook d7. And, well, white is definitely doing well here. A clear pawn up and active pieces.
This would be quite a difficult endgame for Yevgeny, because if he takes on e5, okay, white takes on b7, attacking on a6, it would be quite easy to create a pass pawn.
And then I think we have a result, Anna. Sorry to interrupt, but I think that game is now over. Andrei Volokitin has surely won his game against Levon Aronian, and we see them chatting about the game there. Well, Levon, it's not his tournament, is it? It's really not his tournament.
I think he tried to take some risk because it was more or less his last chance to fight for the 2 places for the candidates. So maybe he decided to go for a little bit more sharp line,
Right.
trying to get in some complications, but in the end it didn't work, unfortunately, and he even lost the game. So
Okay.
yeah, definitely not a great tournament for Levon, but we hope that at least in the last games he will not stop fighting, and
No, of course he
he
won't.
will win back some games and some rating points, which
Absolutely.
what is
That's
also
right.
very important.
And, well, Andrei is doing fine. He's on, what, +2?
Yeah, he's now on +2.
That's 4.5 out of 7, in other words. +2 means you've won 2 more games than you've lost. And now we have an interview. So, Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We're joined by Samuel Savian, who just drew against his compatriot Fabiano Caruana. Both of you were passionately analyzing the game outside for quite a long time. Let me begin by asking you, who is less dissatisfied with the outcome?
Well, I mean, I definitely had chances somewhere for sure. Probably it would be me.
Where are you?
Yeah.
All right. So could you take us? It was a wild game. You sacrificed 2 free pawns at some point. Could you just take us through the key moments?
Well, in the opening, he played a line I didn't really expect, and it took me some time to remember what I should play. I guess he prepared this line up until queen takes c3. Then I played d4, sacrificing a pawn for the initiative. He spent some time here and played queen c2, which is probably a mistake. Should play queen b3, try to exchange queens. Then I played a6, and I took on a6 with the queen, sacrificing a pawn but not letting him castle. And if he doesn't take the pawn, I'll play c4, and I have 2 monster pawns on the 4th rank. So he probably has to take this pawn. Rook c8, queen d5, and this is probably the critical moment for me. I have rook a7 and knight c6, and maybe I should have played knight c6, bishop d2, rook a b8, b3, and maybe rook b5 here. Go for
Well,
this
okay.
dish.
In the analysis just after the game, Caruana seemed to say that he could stand against the lines which you suggested, and that it seemed that he had counterplay. Well, so generally, did you discover anything in the post-game analysis? Did he tell you anything surprising from his perspective?
Well, he in the position I gave, he had an idea there for black, but I'm not sure it wins, and I'd have to check with the computer to find out.
You have to check with the computer. All right, now we're 7 rounds, in your case, 7 rounds into the tournament. You just finished your 7th game. How satisfied are you with your performance so far, and how do you see the rest of the tournament for yourself?
I've had a few good wins, but I've had some chances to pick up more points too. This one was won in the first round. I had a really good position, but overall, I have a good score.
How has the rest day affected you? Did you welcome having a rest day? Did you rest, or did you spend a day studying? And generally, some of our previous guests have noted that sometimes the rest day can be a bad thing because it stops you in your way, or it stops you in your mojo, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that play out in your case?
Well, personally, I mean, I made 2 draws before the rest day, so I wasn't too happy or too, unhappy. I took the rest day. I rested for most of the day, checked lines for a couple hours, and it was definitely welcome for me.
And obviously, I've asked the previous guests as well. As the tournament progresses, we will have, people are starting to realize that they will play for the prize or not. At this level, your games, your positions are very similar, and your knowledge is almost equal. So the differences are very small nuances. Does it pay off risking, trying to force a position if you feel that you have a chance for a reward or something, or does it make no sense at this level?
Definitely, taking risks is important. I mean, with such high stakes, I mean, there are not many chances for everyone.
All right. Well, we hope that your risks pay out. Congratulations once again on having a solid tournament, and good luck with the rest of the games. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Milan, and thank you, Sam, there for that interview. And an exciting game, Anna, with Fabiano, the American clash there, which ended, as we have seen, in a draw. And now we're seeing Alireza Firouzja on top board, trying to press home his advantage against Yevgeny Nagier. White is a pawn up, Anna, and it's looking promising.
If black could trade these pawns, then black's drawing chances would have increased. But with these pawns on the board, it's not so easy.
Right, yeah, White's just played a4, and
stopping rook b5.
Prevents rook b5, okay. Now White wants to play rook c6, in fact, next move. If it were White's move, rook c6 or rook b6 to b4. So
it looks like black is in big trouble here.
I think so, yeah. I think black is in big trouble.
So if rook e2, then rook b6, and this pawn is just running.
Right. Otherwise, black could, what can he do? He can bring his king across, but it's a bit slower.
Maybe a rook c5, trying to push c3.
To play c3, right. Okay, makes sense. Well, black will force this exchange of pawns, won't he, by doing this? Let's say a5, c3.
I believe it's the right thing to do for black, to try to trade these pawns.
Right, and get his rook on a3 behind the pawn.
So maybe instead of a5, white can try to play some king g3 and to bring the king to g4.
There we see the players again. So clearly white is the only player with chances to win this. Pawn up and fairly technical rook ending. So we'll keep an eye on this game. And Alexei Shirov, we last saw, he seemed to be doing okay, didn't he? No, wow, what's happened here?
He managed to win on e4, now threatening rook g2. His position looks very good.
Black almost has the advantage, or certainly the initiative.
I would prefer black's position.
Yeah, so would I.
If I had to choose.
They've made move 40, have they? They reached move 40.
All right. So move 40, additional 50 minutes.
White to play. Bishop takes e4 has happened. And, well, there's a clear threat, Anna, of rook g2 check. King d1, rook d3.
So what can white do?
We see there, sorry, we see Andrei there in the picture. What would you do there, Anna?
Maybe bishop d2. If
and
it's
this
possible.
b pawn is also dangerous. I think black can start thinking of trying to win.
No, I don't like this position for white at all. Something went wrong, and we can also see that Andrei is quite disappointed.
I think so, yes. And we know how dangerous Alexei can be with the initiative. So suddenly, out of a position where he seemed to be the one worse and fighting for a draw, now he seems to be, if anything, slightly better. I don't know. And anyway, he's the one with threats. Rook g2 is a clear threat. What about starting with king d1, Anna? Is that possible? Those are the results so far, and 5 games over, all drawn.
King d1. King d1 on the board.
Did he play it?
I
Right.
am.
Okay, we think he played king d1. So 5 draws in the top 10, and the other 5 games all still in progress. He played king d1. So, let's see. Well, the bishop is attacked. Rook takes e4 as a threat.
So maybe some rook d3.
Rook d3 check. The bishop will block.
Bishop d2.
And then what would... Rook g3 to g2?
Then we just take.
Then white can take and white's fine, yeah. What else could black do? Rook d4 maybe?
Bishop g6.
Or bishop g6, right. Obviously not allowing rook e8 on the board.
Also sometimes with the idea of bishop h5. Sometimes we miss such checks.
Yes.
But the main idea is of course rook g2.
And
so
black does have this b pawn as well.
If rook e6, I just check. And maybe it's like
some kind of draw.
Some kind of draw by repetition.
Could be.
More or less.
I think we're both pretty certain that black is absolutely fine now. Okay. And they have reached the time control, as we said. Which other games, Anna, of the top 10 that we just saw are still going on?
David Navarro is still playing. But maybe black's position has improved. Black has got some activity. I don't know, king f8, the last move.
Right, his knight stands well on b4.
Yeah, if white plays something like rook a1, maybe black can try rook d4.
Yes.
so that if the king comes closer, then back rook d3. If the knight moves somewhere, then
Maybe white's king could go up to a4 and b5, do you think?
like in Jess's game.
After king b3.
Yeah,
Yes, it is. King b3, what would happen? And then come around to sure.
Oh, yeah, right. Still quite dangerous for.
There we see David in shots there, thinking of his move. King f8 has been played. So rook a1 we looked at.
Okay, the idea is simple to push the pawn.
Sure, why not? And if rook d4, sorry, rook d4, then king
King
can
b3.
come up,
isn't it?
king b3 to support the knight. Of course, black can move his knight back to a6 anytime he wants just to blockade,
Maybe it's the right thing to do.
just to keep the knight there.
And then, yeah, if king c2, then knight can come back.
Right. Maybe black is safe here, in fact. Did he play rook a1?
But for example, rook a3. I don't think it's such a safe position for black. If rook d4, then
Yes.
king c3, and now rook b3, after which knight b4 wouldn't be possible due to rook b4.
Correct. Still some advantage for white there.
Rook a1 and knight a6 on the board.
Have been played. Okay, good.
I think white will still try to win this game.
Rook a3 might be the move here, Anna, yeah. Because the knight ending looks very suspicious, doesn't it? Or just lost, in fact. Maybe black's rook should come to d1 if rook a3. And try to come round to the king's side. And attack some pawns. They've made the time control, haven't they?
Oh yeah, they also.
Sure,
They
as
also
you can
do.
see from black's
It's
clock now.
already moved 48, so
Wow,
they passed it
48.
long ago.
Wow. So, some chances we think for white.
Yes, even some idea like e5 maybe to create some outposts for the knight.
d6, yeah. Good, we'll come back to this one as well, Anna. And which other games can we take a quick look at among the top ones? And then we'll switch back, I think, to the women's event.
Board number 8 has already finished their game, so it's a draw between Petrosyan and Korobov. And board
Perpetual
number
check, it looks
10, Aryan Tari.
Yes.
He's still playing, but he lost his h5 pawn.
He lost the pawn. And
Maybe he wants to activate the rooks.
maybe
Yeah,
he
rook
sacrificed
c7.
it.
Maybe that's also possible.
Sure, rook c7, rook d7, yeah, absolutely.
It's his move, and rook h5 was played on move 40, so additional time. Yeah, rook c7
He
looks
definitely
good.
gave this pawn up. He didn't need to sacrifice it, I don't think.
Another idea maybe to play a g4 and try to block the rook
Yes.
somewhere on this side.
Also true. Yeah, the rook would have to come to, well, h4, I suppose. Unless black wanted to sacrifice exchange.
Taking on e5 is so bad.
And then knight c4, do you think? To sort of lock the white rooks out of c7.
Yeah, and then to get something like rook f8 and g5, that would be great.
Right, because white can't play f4 because of the fork on e3.
So I mean, something like this, and then bring the rook
Yes.
to f4. No, it was not so bad.
So it's white to play after rook takes h5. He hasn't moved yet?
No, I think he's considering different options.
But rook
What
c7
about rook
is
c7? Or we just
tempting. What about knight b5, Anna? Knight b5 to take on d4, does that work?
we take 1 second.
I suppose you take.
You take.
Now the knight's hanging on e5.
Oh yeah, I see that. Maybe knight d7 and Because now if we win this a6 pawn, it will be really dangerous. Maybe knight d3 actually.
Or f4, I was going to say. Maybe f4.
f4.
Keep our outpost.
This rook is kind of out of play.
It's absolutely out of play, yes. And this looks very nice for white indeed. Very dangerous, in fact. Now, what about the women's game? Should we pop over and see the top boards?
How is Elizabeth doing?
Right.
Okay, it's her game. They passed the time control. It's move number 42. Bishop e4 was the last move. Did she take something? Yeah, she took something on e4.
Well, this must be good for white, surely. 2 minor pieces for the rook and some attacking ideas.
c2, does it work? Or white can stop this pawn by playing queen c3? Queen c3, queen... yeah,
that's
queen
a good
c3,
question.
queen c8. But then queen c2, okay. So if we stop this pawn, then there is nothing to worry about.
Queen c3, what would black do?
Maybe queen f6.
Right. And then king up, I don't know, king g3 maybe. Could white begin with a move like queen h3 at the start instead of, is there f5, is that the problem?
I don't know, I always want to have it like additional option to have
Right.
queen h3 sometimes when it's needed. Maybe queen h3, but then g6. Also f5 wasn't clear.
I think f5 was also a problem. So maybe not queen h3. Black's played queen a5, it looks like. Natalia?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she did play queen a5.
Defending the c3 pawn.
What is she going to do after queen h4? If f5, we just...
Yeah, that's right. Queen h4.
maybe still f5. Then queen a2 and c2. Maybe even c2 immediately. I don't know.
So what you mean? Right, after f5.
No, I mean, well, the first thing I mean is that
Go on,
maybe
tell us.
after g6 there is knight d7 or knight c6. So
Yeah, white
like
threatens mate
if
on h7. So
f5.
f5. Take it. No, take it with something. Sure.
Yeah, this doesn't work.
And what about? It looks quite risky for black. This queen a5. What about? What did you say about g6?
No, I had some ideas like knight c6, knight e7, or knight d7, knight f6. And just it requires some calculation to understand what is better.
Well, clearly white is doing well here. I mean, with several options here, it looks good. No, as we said before, Elizabeth's playing. She's playing a really good tournament, and here she could convert. She could win this.
Not so easy, but yeah, she has chances.
Anna, we're going to have a short break, and then we will be right back to follow Elizabeth's game and Ali Reza's game and all the other games still in progress, especially among the top tables. So we'll see you all very, very soon indeed, in a few minutes' time.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
And welcome back from Anna Muzychuk and myself, Stuart Conquest. We're here live from Latvia, Riga, for day 7, round 7 of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. So, Anna, we see here the game between Elizabeth Petz against Natalia Poganina. And Queen A2 check was the last move played after Knight to C6.
But I will also allow you to show the line which you showed to me during the break, and I think it's a wonderful idea. After Knight C6, Stuart, what would happen after
Well,
Queen
I just
to
saw,
C5?
I'm not saying that the Queen... Well, I just saw that Bishop H7 check was a possibility here. Bishop H7 check.
I think it's a very nice one. If Queen takes, just
If Queen takes, Queen
and
H4 check, and that will win for White.
Bravo, bravo.
And if king, thank you. And if King H8 instead of King takes Bishop, then I was supposing again Queen H4 looked very strong. And if Queen takes D5 check, Bishop E4 check. There you go, something like that.
Yeah, instead Queen A2 was played. What should White do now?
Yeah. Back to reality. Queen A2 check. There we see Lizzie in a nice close-up shot there.
But okay, we always have this idea with Bishop H7. It's just the question, for example, if to play
King F3.
King F3, C2. Now after Bishop H7.
Is it the same? And then again Queen
same?
somewhere.
Yeah, then again Queen somewhere, and if there is some check, we bring the Bishop to D3 in this game.
Right, right. Would this be winning for White? I guess.
Of course, maybe after King F3, Black can now play something like G6 or
Rook E8 or something.
Or Rook E8.
Try to eliminate this bishop, perhaps.
So which one do you prefer? Actually, yeah, Rook E8, bring the rook.
Bring the rook out.
Even sometimes Rook E4 is a serious threat. White also has to be a little bit careful.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
Well, of course, White is. I mean, if you make some normal moves, White is out of danger. I mean, even Queen H4, and then in the worst case, there is some perpetual. But just not to blunder or something.
Mm. I like Rook E8, don't you? Because the rook on F8 is doing nothing.
Do you have any other moves after Queen A2? I don't know. Maybe just Queen F2.
Just trade.
The end game with.
Yes.
After trading, the queens looks completely winning.
Because of this D5 pawn, yeah? The past D pawn is maybe just going through. In fact, if Rook E8, just D6.
Yeah, indeed. So Lisa has really very good chances to win this game. If she wins, she will be just half a point behind a late-in GM. So she will really try to push hard.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think it's her idea. It's just to trade queens here. Queen to F2.
Just after Queen F2, you are not that much worried that the pawn will move.
Mm. And if Queen C4, do we have Bishop H7 check again? Oh no, it's Mate in 2, Knight E7 check. So really, what could Black do? Could she play Rook A8? D6 or not? To play D6.
And D6 with threat on Knight E7. It seems like Lizzie.
Has she played a move?
Yeah, she plays something.
We think Queen F2.
Queen F2.
She played it. So Anna, if Rook A8 or D6 threatens Knight E7 check and the Rook is hanging on A8, yes.
Can Black try? No, not really. I thought about F5, but then there is also Knight E7, and we can take with the knight.
Right. Yeah. So Liz is doing very well here.
No, I mean F5 after the trade, not F5 immediately.
Those are the results so far, Anna, of today's top 10 games in the women's section, and just 2 draws out of the 8 games that have finished. And wins for Alexandra that we saw, and also Lei Tingji, and some of the other games we also saw. Jansaya lost to
Jansaya
Bibisara.
lost to Bibisara. I think it's a big result.
Whereas in the open section we have
also many decisive games.
6 draws so far. 6 draws and no decisive game yet on any of those top tables. So,
okay, maybe who else? Who is playing? Alina Kashlinskaya, board number 6. Alina Kashlinskaya against
Munguntul
Bathoyak.
Seems to be completely winning for white. So she'll be very happy with that.
And
okay,
on board 11, Polina Shuvalo already won. Yeah, we already have. How is Valentina doing?
Valentina against we saw this game, didn't we, earlier?
No. Yeah, we checked it.
We did look at it once. Valentina against Peru's Daisy Corey.
We didn't like Black's position in the opening.
We didn't like Black's position, but now we're not sure.
Now I don't know. No, I still don't like it, to be honest.
You still don't like it, but look at this: white rook on c8, knight on g1. What's going on?
It's hanging. Oh, sorry.
I
missed that the rook is hanging. I thought white can just play knight e2, but it's okay. If the rook is hanging, then actually it's unclear. If white plays queen b8,
right? So that threatens checkmate in 2 moves. With rook h8.
Maybe rook f2.
I was going to say, is rook takes c6 possible?
I don't know, but then even if white starts checking.
Yeah, checking and the king
comes
out.
You want rook c6, queen g2, and then...
right, yeah.
This is definitely like one of the ideas. So it's either rook f2 or rook c6. But if we start checking where to move the king.
Yeah, this is true. This, of course, is true. Let's try king b3.
Queen e6.
Queen e6. And let's try king... Oh, I see bishop c1 check I didn't see after king a3. So, yeah, this is very bad for white. Or losing, in fact. So, Valentina to move here.
So now it's completely unclear.
Looks like they may have had some big time scramble or something. I don't know. Which move are they on now?
40 something, 42.
Did this knight on g1 come into the game? I mean, what's he doing there? Did it come out and go back, or what happened?
You mean the fate of the g1 knight?
Has it actually moved? I mean, has it been there since the start?
No, it was moved.
I've forgotten the opening completely now. What was the...
this one.
Okay. All right.
Maybe it didn't.
Well, exactly. I'm waiting for that knight. I'm focusing on that
Maybe
knight.
It didn't.
I want to see that knight move. I don't see that knight. I don't think it moved.
No.
I don't think it moved.
No.
It didn't move.
It still didn't move. It's not going to be moved.
No. I was taught to develop my king's knight, Anna. Were you taught that as well? When you started out in chess, to develop your king's knight and your queen's knight.
No, that's amazing. Amazing. The knight on g1 hasn't made a single move.
Knights before bishops. Do you learn that in the Ukraine? I'm sure you do.
Sorry?
Knights before bishops. We're told that
like in the opening.
In the opening, to develop one's knights before one's bishops is a kind of a sort of...
So it's Steinitz, yeah? Who said that first you should develop the knights.
Did Steinitz say that first?
I think so.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Well, he was right.
He has some idea.
Okay. Well, that knight hasn't moved. How many times do you see that on move 40 something, 44? that one of the players still has her knight on the starting square. And the rook is attacked, of course. The rook on c8 is attacked, so that is the problem. She can't just move this knight because the c8 rook.
Well, so maybe queen b8 and after rook f2 something
Give the exchange
safer.
up, yeah? Knight g2 or?
Knight g2, then black sacrifice, and
Sure.
maybe just some perpetual.
Could be, yeah.
Well, it's not actually a sacrifice because black takes two knights after rook e2.
Well, but we think that Valentina, well, we thought she had a lovely game earlier, but obviously lots has happened.
How about the other games? Here we see Maria Rubidze against Hoan Tran Chan.
All right. Not a game that we followed so far at all. It's white to play. Knight d6 to f5. Well, if white wants, she could maybe
just take on f5 and take on
and then take on
h4,
h4
but it's just a draw. And if she wants to play for a win, bishop e8 has been played. I think king g7, or maybe actually bishop f7.
Or bishop f7.
Bishop 8 is a bit strange move.
Risky move, maybe.
I don't think it's good for white to trade these bishops.
No, well, she could trade and play bishop
But
c7.
yeah, maybe she wants that. Maybe she wants to trade and to go bishop c7. But then knight d4, we take this.
Yeah, this would be okay for white, wouldn't it? Pawn up.
So maybe
black doesn't
bishop
play bishop
was
f7.
started.
Maybe black does something else.
King h6 was played.
Right. Sure. So on bishop c7, she has king g5. She keeps the f4 pawn. Interesting.
Okay, white is trying to win this.
We can see that lower screen, the tournament hall with, of course, many games finished. Quick look around there.
I think it's Valentina who is playing the corner.
There we see Arian Tali, I
Left guard.
think, with this sort of red shirt there on the right, lower right, facing us. Yes, Valentina on the top left, yeah, the left-hand side. Okay.
So here I picked the game between Monika Sochko and Vaishali. Black is a pawn up.
Can we get that on the screen? Monika against Vaishali. I don't think we see that
Okay,
yet.
that's like a draw, yeah.
Okay.
Everything is traded.
What about in the open section, Anna? Do you want to switch over then to check on Alireza Ferusha? No, he's a pawn up. In this rook ending there, we see Yevgeny Najer.
Rook c5 was played. So rook b6 immediately. c3 takes, a5. And after rook a3, king g3 has been played. So.
All right, on the screen we see Yevgeny there. That's the current position.
I'm expecting rook a4 or
maybe h5.
Or maybe h5.
And Anna, what do you think of this? I mean, pretty reasonable drawing chances, no?
I think it's closer to a draw than to a win.
Than to a white win. Because black just stays put more or less, and then if white brings his king across to the queen side, black will go after the white king side pawns. And then come back and sacrifice his rook.
Okay, it's the only plan white has, to
Yes,
sacrifice
to
on
try
g2
to
and to run with the king. It's just the question if black will be on time to come back and then to push his own pawns.
So what about rook a2 here?
Also rook a2, yeah.
How does white make progress? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Kind of a textbook endgame, isn't it? 3 against 3 on one side and the other, and one outside pass pawn like this. Sometimes you get these positions with the white rook in front of the advanced pawn, in front of the pass pawn, but here it's to the side, which is better, I suppose. So white king can try to just head for b7, Anna, or that side of the board.
Yeah, but should white run immediately with king g4? Or just make a waiting move, but then h5 comes.
And then black will also wait, yeah. Or maybe f4. F4 here.
f4, black takes.
Takes.
You want to take and try it immediately, yeah. But the king is too far. Let's say you come back. King here.
Okay. Well, not sure because black's king is also a little bit caught. We will see. We'll have an endgame lesson from Alireza.
Actually, Alireza is not playing the endgame so well, but
No?
from what I have seen and from what I know, he's definitely much stronger in some openings and middle games especially.
Well, he's not bad at endgames, is he?
Well, when you are 2770
Yeah,
and already 2780 in the live ratings, of course you can't be totally hopeless. But I mean, comparing his ability to play in the middle games and especially some tactical positions, and then of course end games is isn't the strongest part.
Well, maybe, I don't know. But we'll see. We'll see if Yevgeny can hold this. It's black's move at the moment, and the two players there. But certainly reasonable winning chances.
How is
white.
Andrei doing? What did they do? So
Andrei
king d1,
Yestepenko versus Alexei Sherov. Let's look at that game.
rook d3, bishop d2, rook g2 was played. We spoke about bishop g6 idea, but rook g2 immediately, take.
Okay.
Now some trades and rook h3. This is the current position. A
And
good question is if
Andrei
it's
to play.
yeah, but now Andrei is out of danger and he can just play comfortably for a win.
You expecting?
But I think it's a draw. If white takes this one, then rook a3 and
that's a draw?
players, they can handshake. If rook e6, even if we give this one and keep the rook on a3, it still looks quite drawish.
Right, just play rook a3 and then wait, more or less. I agree. This looks like a draw, doesn't it?
Just
looks fairly straightforward as well. And then just king
and just
sit.
stay with the king.
Right.
Okay, so we expect this one to end in a draw quite quickly.
Although is it so straightforward to wait? What happens then if white plays king b2?
And then?
I don't know.
Okay,
just king f7. Yeah, it's a draw. Yeah, it's a draw. It's
maybe the only idea, maybe king h7, because after king f7 there is some idea rook f6, rook f5.
Or
So
rook f6 and a6.
maybe king h7.
Yeah, I see. If rook h6 check and a6.
Then rook a5.
Then rook a5. Yeah.
Rook a5, king b3, rook g5.
Well,
okay,
ought to be a draw.
Should be a draw.
Yeah.
Maybe even just, maybe even without a rook a5, just keep on staying with the king.
Well, Alexei will be satisfied, I think, with drawing this game.
There are actually
Just to
many
let's just see which move he chooses, Anna. He's played Rook e6, I suppose.
Rook e6.
Yeah. Alexei to play. He could also maybe play rook h5. What's wrong with that?
And then just keep on checking, yeah? Yeah, that's also true.
And then in the rook in the ending with the a pawn, just keep checking.
Yeah. And when king b3, king b4, and taking this, and then keep
check from the sides. Yeah, technical drawing maneuver there. So maybe rook h5 here. Anyway, we think this game will end a draw. Now Aryan Tadi there we see in the red shirt. How's he doing?
Aryan Tari, he played rook c7, and after rook f5, rook d7.
This is what they have now.
So takes, knight c5. Or any other, yes.
He's going to trade rooks. He's done it. Rook takes rook. And then the knights, yeah, I agree. Knight c5.
Knight c5, maybe knight c5, rook c6.
But is it a serious advantage for white? After knight c5?
I don't know.
He's done it.
Maybe try to bring the king to d3 and consider some exchange sacrifice.
Consider it, but maybe not do it. Consider it.
Well, the king on d3 is anyway well placed, and this rook is now forever. Well, maybe not forever, but for a long time, it will have to protect the a6 pawn.
Okay, so we have. Sorry, Anna. Yeah, so we have this game still going. An important one. We have Alireza pushing with white, a pawn up, as well.
So back to Alireza.
And one or two other top games.
No. Okay.
And the women's as well. This is a key game, of course. Yeah. And Alexei Shirov, who we think is going to get to a draw in his game. Okay, very quick break. Yeah. Again, quick short break, and we'll be right back.
One of the first things to note about this position is that the white king on h1
Once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
And welcome back, everyone. Just right now, we had a big fight. Who's going to start
Not
the
at
show?
all. Not at all.
Not at all. Okay, we are back, and we are glad to commentate on round 7 of FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Many games have been finished, but there are still some in progress, and some of them are played on the top boards. So maybe we go back to the game between Alireza Firuza and
Sure.
Evgeny Nair to see if there are any updates.
Let's see. It's a rook ending. White is a pawn up, and there we are. King G3. Black to play. We discussed maybe rook A2, for example, or rook A4. And Anna, we did mention, or actually I mentioned earlier when we saw the game beginning, we could see Alireza's shoes. Do you remember? Kind of red,
Yeah,
sort
yeah,
of sneakerish.
Brown, I don't know,
Was
some
it brown?
red brown.
Yeah. Shoes, and well, I mentioned that they have this dress code here, which the players of course know about, but we gather that he has authorization or permission to wear these shoes, so there's no issues there. And what has he played? We said maybe rook A2. He's played rook A2. Okay. So just targeting the G2 pawn if to sort of prevent White's king moving up or coming across for now.
Yeah, very logical move. Yeah, and we spoke about Alireza's shoes, and also I have been sitting next to you for hours, and just now I noticed that you have a beautiful Beatles T-shirt.
Can you see that?
Please show it to the audience.
You didn't see it before?
No, I didn't see
You
it
like
before.
that? With the Beatles.
So you're a big fan of this group?
I am a big fan of this group. Yeah, sure I am. And are you, by the way?
Oh, so. What's your favorite song?
Oh, so many.
But which ones are on the top? Let's say, just mention a few.
Oh, I don't know. Get Back or something, or Help. Or so many. Honestly, I could say 30, 40, 50 songs. And also among the ones which are not so well known. So big fan of the Beatles. Yeah, who were from Liverpool, of course, you probably know. So there's a Beatles museum there, and like a Beatles trail that you can go around and see places like Strawberry Fields and Penny Lane and the houses where John Lennon grew up and Paul McCartney grew up and so on. So yeah, in fact I was British champion 2008 and it was held in Liverpool that year, and I went a few days early. Actually, the airport is called John Lennon Airport. Liverpool Airport is John Lennon Airport, and there's a yellow submarine, or there was then anyway, sort of in front of the airport, and I made sure that I had time to go and see some of the Beatles attractions while I was there. So, and then I won the tournament. Yeah. So
wonderfully. Well, you are so much inspired.
Inspired by the music of the Fab Four, the Beatles. Yeah. So yeah, and so I got the T-shirt today. There you go.
Wonderful.
Good. But no T-shirts allowed according to the FIDE dress code.
But there is
the players.
There is no dress code for the commentators, so we are completely safe.
So I'm safe. I believe I'm safe anyway. Good. So we wait to see. I think the engine saying that rook A2 was one of possibly only two moves to draw, Anna, or somebody. That's the message I got. But anyway, rook A2 was a natural move for black. Rook A3
and what was
A2.
another move?
I think
H5 or
maybe.
rook A4?
I think H7, H5.
H5 also mentioned H5, yeah? So we mentioned 3, rook A2, rook A4, and H5.
Do you have a favorite Beatles song, Anna?
I'm not sure.
I hope you know some. I hope you know some of the songs.
No, I of course I know some, but I can't name them as being my favorite. And now actually it's maybe difficult because I usually people like the songs and the groups of like
of their own language.
On their own, like on the
Right.
native language,
That's
because they
true
can
as
feel
well.
and understand it better.
That's true as well. Yeah. That's true with the lyrics and so on. Yeah, it's Okay.
Okay, this game will be in progress for quite some time, I'm sure. How about Alexei? Oh, we have seen this half an hour
We
ago.
had this position, well, not half an hour ago. We had this position, didn't we? We were saying that we felt this ought to be a draw. Alexei has indeed put his rook on a3, and he's just waiting now with his king.
Yeah, sometimes the engines they give quite a big evaluation. Yeah, like almost winning advantage for white, but it's just very drawish. Okay, there are some other games. There are actually many games in progress, so let's take a look. Maybe you can find some interesting position. For example, this one.
Yes.
Alexander Donchenko against Nikita Vitigov. Which board? They are on board 12.
All right, so they're doing well.
Nikita is doing well.
What's his exchange up?
His exchange up, and if there is promotion, he will be a pawn up in the bishop's endgame, and I believe the bishop endgame is just lost for
with
white.
this white pawn on a4 on a white square. Can be targeted.
So maybe white should take on a5 first, and then if white has time to do that, can white take?
Okay. Knight 6 a5.
Maybe then bishop e4. Or
I think so.
No, bishop e4. We take a knight b7.
And then takes a knight b7. Correct. Nice trick. Knight b7.
So if king d7, then knight c5. So this doesn't work. Maybe just bishop a6. Prevent a knight b7.
Bishop a6. Okay.
And then maybe
the only
just
move.
this. Looks like black is winning. Somebody finished the game.
Elizabeth Petz. Now, how did she? We think her game may be over. Lizzie.
Lizzie, what did she do?
Look.
Lizzie won.
She won her game. She beat Natalia. So Lizzie doing really well here, and a very important win today for her. So she must be in a tie for second place, huh?
Not even in a tie. She's on clear second with 5.5 out of 7. So we have late in Gdzie, 6 out of 7. Then Lizzie 5.5.
All right.
Out of 7, and many players with 5.
Maybe we can have an interview with Lizzie. I don't know if that's possible. It'd be nice to hear her talk about her game today. We'll see if that is an option or not. But well done to her. And yeah, doing really well here. Doing really well.
Yeah, and what about Valentina?
Goodness me, what's happened here? That knight on g1 is no longer
no
on
longer.
The board.
What happened to that knight? So after rook e8 was played, and the knight is gone.
It's gone. It didn't move at all. It was taken.
But why rook e8? Queen b8. Check.
Some mysterious moves here.
Now it's just completely
Just dead lost. Just dead lost for Valentina. Of course, there is some time trouble here, but this game has completely turned around. Well, Valentina, she's up and down, isn't she? Sometimes she does really well and she plays great games and very convincing and full of confidence. And sometimes things just go wrong, don't they, for her? As they have done here.
Yeah, she's about to lose this game.
Okay, well, there's no way back from this position. No chance really to save this.
Okay.
So
this one.
now Monika Soczko from Poland. She's playing Vaishali from India. What do you think, Anna? draw, maybe?
Quite close to a draw, but not completely a draw. I think black's chances are a little bit better. But yeah, very close to a draw. Okay, black's chances, maybe there are just no chances if we just trade the rooks. Just rook c7.
Just rook c7, trade rooks, and
yeah, maybe it's just a draw. And rook c7 has been played. And only this game. Vantika against Carolina Lujan. Well, it's completely winning.
Pawn off for white, and yeah, this must be one game. Okay, so fewer and fewer games left, of course, but still some important games in progress, especially the Alireza Firouzja game, and also Alexei Shirov, I think, is still playing.
There are not so many updates in the games.
Not so many updates. So Rook A2 was played by Yevgeny Najer, as we saw. And looks like Alexei Shirov then has held that game against Andrei Yesipenko. And a good result, another good result for Alexei.
Yeah, I think he will be happy with his result and with the draw in this game, because he was in troubles after the opening.
Right.
Then something went wrong for white in the time trouble, or close to the time trouble, and then in the end he convincingly hold it.
And so Alexei really going well in this tournament in his hometown of Riga, let's not forget. And now Milan, over to you for an interview.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We're joined by Elizabeth Petz, who just won her game against Natalia Pogorina. Congratulations on your victory. Earlier you said to me that it seemed that she walked into your preparation. Could you just take us a bit?
She did, actually, and the funny part was like that I even asked my coach what happens if she takes on b3, and he says to me like, no, it's a very bad, you take back and you will be fine and I will have like advantage. And then I took back and I made a couple of moves and I understood it's not that easy, you know. It's supposed to be a plus-minus position according to the computer, but it's not that simple as it...
It's one thing for the computer to say plus-minus, and the second thing to play it on board and to show it.
That's true. So basically, like after knight a5, I was out of book, but I understood that it's not that easy in a way.
Good. Well, interestingly, this was commented by Anna and Stuart, whether Natalia would take on b3 or not, and whether she's happy to entertain the idea and to play sort of into your hands and see what happens there. But obviously, it didn't work out for her. Obviously, 7 rounds passed. How are you feeling about the tournament so far and about the rest of the tournament?
Objectively speaking, I think it's a tournament of my life so far. So
really?
I've never like performed in such a way. I mean, at least I don't remember that I ever had such a performance before. So I can't complain.
When did you realize that this was a tournament of your life? When you just won this game, or?
Well, in general, like I already like understood I should be in good shape because my previous results were good in other tournaments, but I didn't expect that I would start with 5.5 out of 7.
So you feel confident and ready for the next games to come?
Well, yeah, probably. Because also like, I think the game against the Chinese in the previous round, I was quite lucky. And this also usually means that luck is on my side, so I hope it will be on my side until the end.
How big of a factor is luck in chess?
Well, some people say luck doesn't exist, but I still believe that sometimes, you know, certain things are very fortunate because of your opponent, for example, like blundering or not doing the most precise move. I mean, for example, like against the Chinese, I saw how she could easily win. And, and suddenly she allowed me to sacrifice my rook and I get into the exchange down endgame, which was a draw which I also like misplayed at the end, but she still like once again had a chance to win in the end and she didn't. So like she missed it twice, and yes, usually such things actually like mean that the luck or the lucky strike is somehow with you.
Okay, well, it's good lucky strike. And just a final question: when you play against the pieces or do you play against the player? Do you sort of adapt to the opponent, your posture, your behavior at the board?
It depends actually. Like for example, like today I played according to the opening of my opponent. But sometimes if I know that my opponent is like dynamic, I try to reach like easy and boring positions. If my opponent is, let's say, not dynamic, I do the opposite. So sometimes I also play against certain kind of players a different style because I know that it doesn't suit them so well, but it really depends.
Okay, well, good luck with the rest of the tournament. We hope to interview you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Milan. And Elizabeth, Lizzie having a fantastic event, the tournament of her life, she just said, Anna.
You know, as for me, I actually prefer until the tournament is over and then to say how great it was or what has happened. But I hope that this luck and this fortune will stay with Elizabeth until the very end.
Yeah, she really won that game in large part thanks to good opening preparation and Natalia entering a line which Lizzie had prepared and with her trainer as well, she was saying. And and then she converted very well. So congratulations to her. And let's move back here. Alireza. He's played this F4 move that we discussed, Anna.
Yeah, he played F4.
I think it was the only winning chance, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, the only winning chance is to bring the king towards the A6 pawn, so somewhere here. And for doing that, white is obliged to sacrifice the pawn, and White decided to do it right now. So rook g2, king e5, and this is the current position.
So White's king heading to b7 or c6, and then freeing the rook somehow from b6. So Black's king cannot yet cross. Black's king would like to come down the board, shepherding his f-pawn, let's say. But he can't do it yet.
Maybe Black should try to play rook d2. And if White pushes the pawn, then after rook a2, rook b7, finally we can move our king and the pawn as well. So then.
But White could play rook d6, right? I know after rook d2, or could he not?
Yeah, rook d6 is possible.
And anyway, force his king over. Not that easy, yeah, to hold.
Yeah, practically it's not easy. So let's say rook a2, king d5, for example, f6 to prepare king g6.
Right.
With the rook on d6, White cannot play rook king c6.
So should we just play it out? Let's say king c5.
This.
King b6.
White should be faster.
White should be faster, right? Yeah. And if king up, rook d5 check even is already winning.
Sorry?
Well, there's real chances. White can play rook d5 to a5 as well.
Mm-hmm.
No, this would already be a one game, I think. Definite chances for Alireza.
So, whom else do we have? This is the game. Donchenko against Vitigo. We saw it some time ago. King f2 was played, and bishop a6 and knight to c5.
Yeah, we see.
Difficult to say if White will manage to save this one.
Yeah, we see that White is not there. Knight c5 just played. So if the bishop moves, he's going to go back to b7 with his knight, I suppose.
So if bishop c4, there's also rook c4. No, rook c4, knight e6.
Yes. Right. So bishop c4.
There is rook d6. Yeah, like here rook d6 maybe.
Yep, that's fine. What's wrong with that?
And how can White hold it?
Simply looks good.
Yeah, looks winning.
Has he played it?
Not yet. But he has 33 minutes on the clock, so.
Yeah,
no,
he's played it. Rook d6. Maybe simply be winning for black. There we see the playing hall.
Yeah, this looks winning.
Is that Fedor save? Sorry, with the suit
the
there
save.
on the right.
That's why I wanted to find his. I wanted to find his game, and here it's his game.
You recognize the suit, yeah? Black against Darius Svirts.
This also looks completely winning. The only chance is to play something like a4, and
king
after b takes a4 to hope that this is the wrong bishop, but white cannot get to.
The king cannot get to b2. That's right.
So black just stays, and then well, at some point white will have to move, and white can't reach
So
this
this
or
is
this
hopeless,
square.
yeah?
Yeah, that's winning.
So Vladimir will move up the charts with the win today.
I
now, what
found
about
this position.
Wow, 2 knights for rook.
Parham against Matthias Bluebaum. Without the queens, it's a dead draw, but with the queens on the board, I believe black has chances.
Yes.
Difficult to
Queen
say.
d2 just played.
But queen d2, if I check. Ah, okay, you can still play king h1.
So white would like to exchange queens in principle, yeah? That would be a dead draw, or a draw. Let's see.
I would expect, maybe also knight d5 is interesting. Knight d5 and
knight
then
e6, lots of moves, yeah.
And then knight e2 is a threat. I just want to kind of disconnect the rook with the queen, because if I play knight e2 now, for example, after king h1, even queen a1, it's not like winning immediately. So that's why I thought about knight d5, and then knight e2 is a threat.
Right. Chances for black, serious winning chances?
Yeah, with queens on the board, it's...
Okay.
Maybe it's just winning.
Nice with this pawn on h4 as well, cramping white's king side there. Extra space.
And do you remember this game of Alireza Firouzja a couple of rounds ago, where he actually played against Darius Svirts
Yes.
and
Right.
with the knights?
With the 2 knights, yeah, I do very much. And white had the 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side. That was a very good game.
David Navarro is still playing, and it's his position. David Navarro against Alexei Sarana. What was the last move? Ah, okay, h5 is the last move.
Another rook ending. King e7, just been played. Any plans for white here to try to win this?
Maybe this one. This is
like
one of the plans we know. But seriously, king d4.
King d4. King d6, black could play, I suppose.
King d6, maybe check, and a6.
Right.
So maybe king d7.
Okay. Well, it's quite complicated, isn't it? Maybe rook b7 check, yes. To come on the king side, or play rook a7. All right, let's move the king up. C6.
Yeah, not so easy. Not so easy for black.
Chances for white. Also, look at the clock times, Anna. David, oh, mind you, David is only down to 2.5 minutes.
Just a second for the save, ended his game.
Fedor
okay, this was completely winning. Yeah,
he
must have won.
Right, okay. As expected. Well done to him.
Back to David's game, king e7.
White to play. So we said maybe king d4. Yeah. With the idea of king c5 to b6.
So I don't know, okay, king d7 or rook b7. If king moves to c6 or d6, we give a check. And then we play
And then king...
a6, or maybe king c5, c3, king b5, then rook
And then
c6.
looks behind, yes.
If king moves to like c8, then I don't know, maybe first rook a7, maybe we can already start with rook e7.
Sure.
And
then just take on...
h5, nice. Just technical move to keep to make additional weakness on h6 potentially.
Right. Well, clear winning chances for white there. Heavy favorite to win. David?
Right, Ariantari.
Yes, now what's happening here?
He sacrificed the pawn again for the second time in this game. So I had a plan somewhere here to bring the king to d3. I also thought about f4 to stop e5, but he decided to play b5 immediately, and after a takes b5, a6, pushing the pawn.
Okay.
King e7 was played.
And then? This is it? Yeah, we'll have the
Okay,
pebble moves.
a7, I think. Maybe rook b1.
There we see Aryan. He hasn't played a7 yet.
I think he's also considering rook b1.
Right. And what would happen after rook b1, Anna? Knight d6? Or not? Maybe. He's having a good tournament, Aryan, isn't he? You know, he's always up there, and some exciting games as well.
Almost every game of Aryan is interesting.
Yeah. He had that game that he had to fight long to draw with Yu Yangyi, didn't he? In the
before the day.
White in the Petrov, yeah.
And also a crazy game against
Fedoseev.
Absolutely. And now
that was
another interesting one against
one of the
Sigurd.
games of the tournament for me. That one, where he forgot he was in check for a couple of minutes apparently, and that game ended a draw. Good. So. Several key games still happening, especially, of course, Alireza Firouzja. Let's see if he can win.
David Howell, do you want to see his game?
Just quickly, let's have a look at David Howell very quickly, and then we might go to a break. Now, David, how's he doing?
He's doing great.
Who's he playing, Anna?
Ruslan Ponomaryov.
Right, former FIDE world champion.
So he has two pieces for a rook and a pawn, but he has a great knight on c5. Also, these pawns are weak.
This is a great position.
Yeah, his king is a little bit unsafe, especially if white manages to push e5 and keep the queens on the board. Though, of course, he's the one playing for a win.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And every chance, I think, of winning this. We'll have to come back to this one as well. David might have to have a nice long game this evening after the rest day. He'll be fully rested. And let's hope I certainly hope that he manages to win. But we'll come back to that and all the other games, including, of course, Alireza Firouzja on top board against Yevgeny Nagier in that rook and pawn ending. Anna?
Yeah, and also David Navarro playing on board 7. So we
right.
still have games in progress on the top boards. So we will definitely be back after a short break.
See you soon.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Welcome everyone. This is the Speed Chess Championship.
Finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen.
It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor.
Hikaru will be winning his third in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.
Yes, and welcome back, everyone. And look at this. The Speed Chess Championship is back. The very best in chess will battle for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Watch Alireza Firouzja. Of course, we're watching him here live in Riga, but he's also playing against Alexis Sarana, both players here with us playing in this tournament. So on November the 8th, in the first match of the Speed Chess Championship on chess.com. Anna, here we are back live. And it's round 7, and Alireza is a pawn up in his rook ending. He was a pawn up, I beg your pardon. Trying to win against Yevgeny Nagier.
Actually, I'm sorry because this is the current position in this game. So after king e5, we don't have any updates yet, and we believe that Yevgeny Nagier is trying to find a precise move to try to hold this game, which is definitely not that easy. Meanwhile, we have an upcoming interview with Aryan Tari, who comes up with very interesting games in every single round. So we are glad to have him in the studio for the first time, actually. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you, Anna. Aryan, thank you. Welcome welcome, and thank you for.
Thanks.
You just drew your game against the Russian Sanan Syugirov. What happened? You had the upper hand during the game, but it ended in a draw.
Yeah, I think I must have been very close to winning, especially before move 40. He was very low on time, and yeah, he could have easily. I could have easily maybe just have won before move 40. Like he could have made a blunder because it was so low on time, but I maybe missed something. And after move 40, I thought it was still promising, but apparently knight d3 was a bad move. I should have played rook c3. Instead to keep the tension in the c file. That was a move I missed. And after knight d3, rook f7, I think black makes a draw.
I'll just follow up from Anna's questions. How do you manage to play such interesting games every day?
I mean, it's not like I am the one who decides also because my opponent contributes to the game being interesting. That being said, yeah, I have definitely played a lot of interesting games here. Maybe except the game against Korbov, that was a boring draw. But yeah, against Fedusev and against Parham, it was definitely
interesting games.
Yeah, tough games, which have taken a lot of energy.
How do you feel after that? Obviously, you said it takes a lot of energy. How do you, what do you do afterwards? How do you regain your energy?
You try to just relax after the game and sleep, and then prepare the next game. But it's easier said than done when there is so much stress to just manage to calm down.
So you always focus on the next round after the game and the next opponent and what's next to come. So
that's what I try to, at least.
But how do you manage to kill the stress?
I'm not sure if I'm managing to do that, but I'm just doing my best. There's always a bit of stress, but yeah, I am trying to just reset and take every game for itself.
Okay, now we had the rest day yesterday. Would you welcome more rest days in tournaments such as this one, or is one rest day enough in an 11-round tournament of this scale?
I think rest days are always welcome for every grandmaster. I mean, it's something we look forward to, so I'm always happy about that.
All right, what's your plan for the next rounds? Obviously, you want to win. We know that, but will you prepare mentally, physically? How will you? Obviously, it's a critical period now.
Yeah, just the normal way I've been doing the other games. Look at my opponent's games and prepare in the morning. and then try to reset and keep my energy.
All right, and I'm going to ask you about the match in Dubai. Obviously, your compatriot is playing Ian Nepomniachtchi. What are your expectations for the match?
I think Magnus is a clear favorite, maybe 70% for him to win. Yeah, he has much more experience, and he's just a stronger chess player. So,
are you involved in any way? Are you involved in any way with him and his team in his preparations or anything?
Not really.
Not really. No. All right. Well, thank you so much. Good luck, and hope to interview you again.
Thanks. Thanks.
Yes, and very interesting. Thank you, Milan, and thank you, Aryan, who drew his game that we were following there as well, who may have had real winning chances there, we think, as well, as he was saying. So look at all those draws, Anna. Look at all those draws.
Exciting.
Well, many exciting games, but still no decisive results whatsoever on the top 10. Compare that with the women.
Yeah, in the women's section we see only 2 draws and 8 decisive games on the top 8 boards. Many wins by white, but also 3 wins by black, and that's fantastic. I believe that after this round, Lei Ting-Jie is the sole leader, and Elizabeth Betts is just half a point behind.
Okay. No surprise, of course, that Aryan is supporting Magnus, his countryman, in the forthcoming match, but he put him at high favorite there, 70%, I think he said.
Oh, yeah, I didn't expect he would say so, like 70%. I think it's a lot. But so far, I haven't seen any chess player who would complain about having a rest day. They would even love to have more of them.
Well, I think one rest day in 11-round event is fine, really. But so let's pick up the action here. Alireza and Yevgeny playing out this rook and pawn endgame. And has the Russian calculated this to a draw? F3 just played.
I think it has been calculated to the draw. Let's say A7, F2, rook B1. We are not in time to run with the king, so maybe we play this, but then I'm not sure I'll manage to find a perpetual. There is rook b7 and before promote. But what else?
They've played some moves, or a move.
Okay, we may check, but okay, this is losing. Or maybe there is perpetual.
Okay. Otherwise, black would have won the b2 rook with checks.
Yeah, if promotion, then
Queen
I
F8,
believe just check. Yeah, if king a7, then queen a3. So king b7, and well, here even okay, any move. Maybe not any.
Queen c6 was simplest, yeah? Queen c6, queen f3,
Queen
I beg your
f3,
pardon.
yeah.
Queen f3 check. And a draw by repetition.
Yeah, so if the king moves to the c file, then queen c3. If king moves to the
or queen
a file,
takes queen.
Yeah, if king to a7, then just queen a3, and if this, then just back. So this is clear, but what about rook b7?
Okay, move the king.
Okay, where to move it?
Because white has a second check, yeah? On b6.
Oh, well, let's say here, queen. Then let's say queen f4. Oh no, just this and queen
this is a
f3.
draw.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
just
But
that's just easy.
That's easy. But why not rook b6 check?
So rook b6 first.
King up, I guess.
Yeah, I also think so. Maybe to h5.
Now
and
queen.
if queen, check. So well, if the king goes here, I just queen to e7, and I don't see where white can move the king.
True.
Right, so king a6, then here. But if king to a7, check, and well, rook a6.
Is this a draw? Rook a6. Queen c5.
Queen e3.
The main thing is not to allow white to block with his queen, of course.
Sorry?
That white shouldn't be allowed to block with his queen.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe here.
Right.
And then checks from...
Quite a cool calculation from Yevgeny, if this is the kind of line he's been preparing.
But you know, somehow he's also forced to make all these moves, because otherwise everything else is hopeless. Like here, well, this is the current position. He cannot move.
He's too slow. Yeah.
Like this, takes, and rook f1 and rook f2. Seems losing for black.
Is he too slow here?
Actually,
You sure?
if
you sure he's too slow?
This takes king h3.
Sure. This may be more along the lines of what he's intending.
Yeah, maybe he has some time. This.
Just in time, no? And a draw. Two ways to draw.
Okay, if there are two ways to draw, then he will play one of them.
Maybe the last time we looked at is the simpler of the two. Just to bring his king up.
Another draw, but a very fighting one.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. He's very impressive. I mean, he's impressed me, Yevgeny, in this tournament. Every day, you know, he was very unlucky not to...
It's like almost every day he's the last one to finish, or one of the last ones. And he's always playing on the top boards. That's extremely tiring and very difficult from a physical point of view.
So he ought to really save this game. Now, what about Alexei Shirov?
He has finished.
Oh, sorry. Was it a draw, was it? But did we see the end of that?
Yeah, it was like after
I knew it was heading for a draw, but we did.
It was this position and...
oh, they just agreed. Well, I don't think we maybe saw the last few moves, but yeah, it's a draw.
Here, we still have Alexander Donchenko against Nikita Vitigov. But black is heading...
well, clearly
towards,
winning, I think.
yeah, towards the win. So black is winning.
We mentioned David Howell before. Seemed to have a very good position against Ruslan Panomaryov.
Yeah, this game.
This was an interesting. Yeah. So what's happened here? You were saying, Anna, that with the queens off, it would be a fairly easy draw for white, but with the queens on, black has good chances, and we see here, I think.
We see these good chances.
These good chances, exactly. White's in check. Now, what did we play? If king h1, this knight g3 check.
Yeah. So king f1 is... I can...
Should we just show that?
I just spotted it before you said it. So this is a nice checkmate.
Pawn takes pawn, checkmate. Right.
And if, if king g1, just queen e1 and queen h1.
Right.
So king f1
So the king
is
has to go to f1. And what would happen then? Knight f4, perhaps?
knight
Or is there
f4,
something
maybe
better than that?
queen
Maybe
to
there's something better.
d1. So queen h4.
Where did the knight come from, Anna, before it went to e2? Where was it? Where did the knight stand?
On c3.
Right, so is he coming back to d4, maybe?
But
Knight d4. Looks good, doesn't it?
knight d4 looks strong, yeah. Queen e2 is right. Queen h4 is no longer possible because of knight d2 and knight f3.
Correct. White's queen can't get back to d1. This may just be game over, huh?
If rook a... rook a2 doesn't help. Rook a2 still knight d2. Alright?
How does that work?
I don't know. No, it doesn't. I wanted to jump with the queen or the knight.
But maybe a move like queen e4 would be very strong. What do you think? What would black do here?
I'm trying to find some
Queen
force
e4 you don't like?
Queen e4.
No?
If king g1, check.
Yeah, check on b1 is threatened. Black is attacking with 3 pieces, and they're kind of on optimal squares.
King f1 has been played.
Well, the only chance, yeah. But black really ought to be winning, we think, no? After knight d4?
Yeah, still a very difficult position to say. Maybe just impossible. To be honest, looks completely losing.
Right.
Um,
Okay, we'll come back to this then as well. Now, David Navarra.
David Navarra. After king d4, king d7 has been played, and David is still thinking. We can see Navarra on the screen.
Yeah. Sort of smiling to himself at David as he does, I think, regardless of how he stands in the position. He sort of he likes to sort of smile and.
So we discussed rook b7 sometime earlier.
Rook b7 check, yeah, and then come back to b6 check. If he wins, David, he'll be. Will he be equal first? He's obviously.
He has chances right now.
Assuming
he's
board
on
one is a draw, yeah.
Yeah, he's on 4 out of 6.
So +2, he gets to +3. He once, apparently, he once gave a very fine masterclass at Vaikanze all about rook end games. So.
I didn't see that one.
No, I haven't seen it, but I'm hearing that he did. I think David just loves chess. He loves every part of the game. He loves. There's no part of chess that he doesn't love. With equal passion, I think we could say that. So has he played rook b7? Not yet.
No, he's still thinking after king to d7, if the transmission is correct. And he's already down to 8 minutes.
In which to finish the game, Anna?
But just a second, it's move number 62, so maybe he'll get additional 15 minutes.
An extra 15 minutes, right.
That's why he's not hurried.
Okay, but still, there he goes.
Rook b7.
I think you're right. Probably rook b7 check.
Yeah, David has good chances to win this one.
Okay, he's played it.
Any other boards? Oh no, there are actually many.
Quick move from Alexei there. King e8
King
played
e8.
instantly. Now, does David play rook a7? I guess so. And then he'll try to bring his king over, king c5 to b5.
Yeah, he wants something like king c5, c3, king b5, and then rook
put the rook
c7.
behind, yeah. But there could be some traps, Anna, for example, black does something. After king c5, c3, king b5, rook c4.
Yeah, we have to be careful with that.
Right. Do you want to show that? Let's say black plays king f8 or something.
Will we still have... Yeah, we still... So...
Rook c4.
Don't miss that.
Yeah. That's the thing that David has to watch out for.
We can first play
He's
a6.
played his move. Rook a7, we assume. It really ought to be a one game. It looks winning. It's just a question of the right way to go about it. Possibly a plan with g3 and f4, and then with f5 or something to make another route for the king. I don't know.
Maybe king f8 will be played because if king d8, white may think about rook f7.
Right.
So black has to stay somewhere between king f8, king a8.
Also, what about the move e5 here for white?
e5, f5, it can be helpful for white.
Yes, I would say so.
And now a6.
Lots of options, yeah. a6. Okay. You just feel it is winning for white, don't you, somehow? There we are, close-ups there of the of this game that we're following. No, it's a different game. Sorry, this is a different game.
I think it's Alirez's game. It's this one.
Right, that's the king on b8. I thought it was g1, but in fact it's b8. Exactly. Let's have a look then.
A black played f1, queen. Black promoted.
Check. Is this another way to draw that we didn't see?
Are you sure it's a draw?
No, I'm not sure.
The king is too far.
I'm not at all sure.
And then we could just bring the rook to b8 and get the king out.
Right. And again, black will have to run on the king's side. They have this position, Anna?
Can you get the camera on the position? It's too close, sorry. Getting better. Okay, so thank you. Yeah, he did play. He did play f1 queen, and he gave a check, but I don't see how he's going to save this one.
King a8. So what happens? White has a plan of bringing his rook to b8,
and
or b7 for that matter, and freeing his king.
So maybe black can play h5 or rook b3, at least to try to win that pawn, and then I don't know.
You could
But
maybe
it's
look
like
at
a strain.
what about looking at the table base, Anna? Would that tell us? Would that give us the answer?
Table base, white wins.
White's winning.
And before?
White is now winning this position. Goodness me.
Before we didn't have a table base option. Yeah, like f1. After f1, it's winning for white. But why
Well,
F1?
of course we make lots of mistakes here, but we felt there were a couple of options there
Yeah, we can go back.
which maybe led to draws. But this one, we're told by the table base, which does not make mistakes, that this is
Comparing
now
to
a
us.
one game for Alireza Firouzja.
Okay, rook b3 has been played.
Okay. Rook f5 maybe to cut the king on the other
Yeah, I
side.
thought about that, but then
Yeah.
a king g6.
And then rook across.
And then black doesn't take on h3 immediately.
Whoa.
Okay, but if we do it by a very straightforward way. Okay, maybe first h4. Yeah, rook b4.
You think so? Yeah. H4.
Sure.
And now what would he do?
Well, let's check. Let's check rook f5. So taking is not possible.
Also because we can try to cut the king along the rank, yeah? King g6, right? Rook over somewhere, rook c5 or something?
Just rook f8 maybe.
Or rook f8.
If black takes, king b7. And so,
right.
sorry?
I just think white's winning. Yeah, well, we know the white's winning from the table base, but but one plan is to have the rook on the fifth rank, yeah, and to cut the black king.
This, well, if h5, rook a5 wins.
Correct.
Okay, it's just too far.
And white's king is coming back quickly.
Even if we play rook c1 directly. Let's say black takes, we give a check. King g6, king b8. Now after rook b3 you have rook b7. So it doesn't matter how, I mean, like in this position or immediately rook a3. And even in the worst case, when the king is on a8, it's still winning because after h5 we play rook b5.
Rook b5 cutting the king and that's game over, correct. And white waits till the pawn gets to h3, then he plays rook b3 and rook h3, even though his king is far, far away, doesn't matter. Exactly, yeah, so...
well, now it's like everything wins.
Well, Alireza looking very, very strong for the win here, and he'll be clear leader, right?
Yeah, sole leader. If he wins this one, he'll be a sole leader with 5.5 out of 7. And
well, we could say in 4 games away from a candidate spot. Put it like that.
And also on +4.
And on +4 as well. So we'd have a clear leader in both women's and men's. This is the women's section, women and open. Lei Tingji on 6 points, Anna. And as you said before, Elizabeth on sole second place with 5.5.
And then 2 players, only 2 players with 5 out of 7.
Right. So the field sort of stretching out a bit now at the top.
All the games in the women's section have ended, so we only have some games in the open section being in progress, and of course the main ones are the game between Alireza Firouzja and Evgeny Nair, and also
David
Navarro
Navarro's
against Alexei Sorna.
We're going to come up, I think, Anna, to probably be our last break of the day, of the session. We'll keep the camera on Alireza, I think. And yeah, so we'll see. We expect him to win his game now.
Yeah, now it's totally winning for white, but let's wait until it's over.
And also David Navarro, we expect to win as well. And we'll just catch any other final games and results, such as David Howells. We'll come back to David as well. So we'll be back in a couple of very short minutes, so we'll see you then.
the World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
Yes, and welcome back, everyone. Here we are live from Riga, Latvia, of course, and there we see Alireza Firouzja with what we now think and know, in fact, is a completely winning position. And there we see on the screens, he's played Rook C7, Anna.
Yeah, the line we were checking just a couple of minutes ago.
Right.
So White just prepares Rook B7 and King B8.
And this, we think, is now hopeless for Black. Every move will just lose. And well, surely he should have drawn this game.
He defended it very well.
Yevgeny.
Yeah, again defended.
H5. Well, we think he should have drawn, no? Don't you think he should have drawn this endgame? H5, Rook B7 will come.
So Rook B7, Rook H3, King B8, Rook H3, and okay, Rook B5 is.
Also, even Rook B6 check and King B7, I think. Different ways to do this.
Oh, Rook B6,
Rook B6
King
check,
B7.
and then King B7.
Okay, but then Black takes and around with the pawn. Maybe it doesn't work.
Not sure.
Rook B7, Rook H3 has been played.
Okay. Rook B6 check, no?
Ah, you meant Rook B6 here.
Yes,
yeah.
I meant, sorry, and
Okay.
then King B7. Why not? Isn't that just the end of the game?
Many ways to win it.
Many, many ways. All roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, it's a pity that Yevgeny just went wrong in the very end, where actually he had more than one way to draw this game.
Well, we think so, certainly. Look, Rook B6 check, as I was just saying. King B7, building this bridge now. So he has Rook A6. So Black doesn't even get the chance to sacrifice his Rook for the passed A pawn. And Rook A3, okay. Rook A6. Black can have some checks. The White King could run to G7, for example.
Yeah, that's amazing. Like
Just
Rook B3,
take
just
a walk,
to go.
keep walking, keep going, all the way to G7 or G8.
Yeah, just to cover
And
all the squares.
And then White's
Over
next
the
move is A8 equals queen, and that's it. Textbook stuff, Anna. Really?
Yeah, this will be a very important win for Alireza, and he will become a sole leader after this round. And also, I believe he will jump to world number 4.
Oh, that's important also, yes.
Yeah.
With the extra
In
rating
the
points.
In the live ratings.
World number 4 in the live ratings, yeah. And Levon Aronian also losing points here, isn't he? I mean, going down the list. Okay, what about David Nevada, Anna? Any big changes there?
Just a second, I'm trying to find.
But we honestly expect Yevgeny to resign any second. So we'll keep the camera on them. And on the screen we're seeing David Nevada's game. His king didn't... Actually just came back there. Anna. There's this handshake. All right, so white win. Alireza takes command of this event, sole leader. And just discussing the game there. Presumably, or, we think that black should have held this ending.
Actually, he pointed out this F1 square, so maybe he was talking about this moment when Evgeny played F1 queen, and yeah, I see.
Right near the end.
And he preferred the way running with the king and then taking the a3 pawn, from what I can understand from his body language.
Well, Alireza having a sort of perfect event, really. And a very important victory for him today. And all those draws at the top as well, Anna. That's the other thing. So is that the first decisive result that we've seen on the top 10 boards?
Indeed, it's the first one.
With those famous shoes, stroke sneakers. They're quite smart, actually. I'll try and get a pair of those. And poor Yevgen, he's looking really, well, defeated certainly, but also upset certainly. And probably he should have drawn that game. There we are, look. Dejected, the word I was looking for. And chess, Anna, is an unforgiving game, isn't it, sometimes?
Sometimes you really play well, you prepare, you do your best, and then just one mistake, and you lose important half a point, even sometimes a point.
Yeah, well, you can see that absolutely clear on
yeah, very big disappointment.
Evgeny's face and where he was standing there just after the game. Well, there are 4 rounds left. He's still able to catch up and fight for top honors here.
It would be much more difficult now, but yeah, he still has chances.
So yeah, Alireza is the outright leader, and well, congratulations to him, and well, it's deserved. I mean, let's be fair as well. I mean, he's put your opponent under pressure, and your opponent makes mistakes, and you collect the points. That's part of the game.
So now let's concentrate on this game between David Navarra and Alexei Sarna, and actually the position has changed a lot. This is the current position, rook d7, wow. The last move by
yeah, it has changed a lot.
And now, okay, rook d3 and rook g3 is coming, yeah?
Right.
If king c4, then rook check. So what's the best chance? Rook e6?
Rook e6 I like. And then maybe rook d3 check and rook g3, something like this.
Yeah, that's what I can expect.
Or rook d4 check, but rather, in fact.
Yeah, rook d4, of course. And rook e4. Oh, that's a draw.
So this is maybe going to be a draw after all. But David should get more time here, we think. An extra 15 minutes.
Maybe he has already...
I'm not sure.
Has he already got this time
or
not yet?
We'll see in a second or in a minute. Hope he doesn't lose on time. I'm assuming he gets another 15 minutes. Which move number are they on, Anna? In the 80s?
78, yeah.
78, wow.
They have played a very long game. Earlier, I always thought that White really had good chances to win this game, but maybe when David came to a time trouble, then he missed his chances. Now I don't believe he can win this game anymore.
No, I think that this is like you, Anna. I think this is going to be a draw. And White's pawns there just all sort of quite weak. D4, G2, G4, and Black's rook is active, so should be able to liquidate and achieve a draw position. And now we go over Milan to the next interview. Milan?
Thank you, Stuart. We have Alireza Firuza with us, who just won a game against Grandmaster Nair of Russia. It was a long game, lots of ups and downs. Congratulations on your victory. Would you summarize the key moments in your view of the game?
Just for this, and then the game was very equal, and then at some point in time trouble he made some mistake, and then there was this end game. But yeah, the end game is always very tricky because I am pawn up, and he made a mistake at the end, but I think it was draw.
Yeah, you allowed his f-pawn to go down the line and sort of keep the balance.
Yes, I think there he had to not sacrifice the pawn, the f-pawn. He had to go with the king, but it's only about pure calculation, and he couldn't calculate pretty well. So yeah, I was kind of lucky also.
So we were also lucky here. Okay, you're the sole leader, 5.5 out of 7. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think it's nice. I'm keeping my lead. It's from round 2, 3, so it's going well, and I hope this continues. And
well, during the game, we saw at one point you seemed a bit disturbed by, I guess, one of the arbiters or the photographer or someone there. You just waved your hand and said something. Generally, how much does the atmosphere around affect you when you play?
Well, normally, some things like this happens normally, but yeah, people will learn from their mistake and we continue. But in general, I think it's part of the game, and we have to keep. The chess players should adopt it, but hopefully the organizers and the photographers also do their best to not distract.
So now the most serious, the final games are ahead of us. How do you deal with the pressure of being the leader? Everyone's trying to take you down. How do you cope with that?
Yeah, it's nice to be a leader, of course, but yeah, it's a very tough tournament. Everybody is trying to make it top 2 to go to candidates, so it's very difficult. Everybody is motivated, so it's going to be interesting the last 3-4 games, and I look forward to it.
Are you going to spend the night resting or preparing for tomorrow?
Probably resting.
Probably resting. All right, well, have a good rest. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you
once again.
Yes, and thank you, Milan, and Alireza Firuza there, who, as we've just seen, won his game. Anna, the only win among the top 10 boards so far, which is David Nevada's game still going.
So let's switch to David's game, and I think he managed to find some chances. He played a small rook to c6. Okay, now we have the board on the screen. So rook c6.
Oh, he played king b4. That's interesting.
And king b4. He wants to take the c4 pawn with the rook. I think it's a nice idea.
Yes. Okay. So if black were to play, for example, rook to g3.
But if the rook goes to g3, then he takes with the king and then king d5. So maybe maybe black has to wait, and then only when rook c4 is played to play something like king, like rook g3, or maybe rook d2 right here.
Rook d2. Okay, and then if rook takes c4, you take on g2.
All right.
Yes.
If g3, I just keep the rook on the d file. So if the king takes, I'm always ready to meet it with rook d4.
Right.
But still, David is trying.
Of course.
And yeah, we have just seen that playing such long games, and especially when you're defending, it's not easy. And
also, white could play rook c7 check and force black's king back, and then play rook takes c4. That may
yeah, that's
make
true.
a small difference.
Black can do it at any time. White can do it at any time.
So still lots of winning chances here, certainly. And as you say, black has to be accurate. And those are the top 10 women's results. Anna? Any comments on those games, results?
Yeah, only 2 draws on the top 10 boards, and many decisive games, wins by white, also many wins by black. The very important win by Leighton Gia, who beat
Yes.
Nino Batsiashvili and became a sole leader of the tournament with 6 out of 7 amazing result, and also another important victory by Elizabeth Betts, who is now on the second position with just half point behind Leighton Jie.
These are the open results. Sorry, Anna. Go on.
Here are the open results.
Yeah, that's right. And 9 draws, 8 draws, I beg your pardon, 8 draws, and just the single win so far from Alireza Firouzja, although that game ought to have ended a draw as well, we think. But anyway, he scored the win, and David Navarro's game is still going on.
But actually, starting from board number 11, there were quite many decisive games.
Okay, all right. Just off the top leaderboard there. That's the schedule. So, Anna, round 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, nothing changed. Round 8 tomorrow will start at 2 p.m. Local time, what is 1 p.m. Central European time. And we will definitely be here.
Of course we will. Where else would we be? Or could we be? Here in Riga, Latvia. And after yesterday's FIDE, we've seen lots of fighting chess today. And many draws still, in the at least on the top leaderboards of the open section. But we have a single leader.
But yeah, all the draws were fighting. We didn't have quick draws, and we have single leader, Alireza Firouzja, who won a very important game against Evgeny Nair.
And also there, he was just reminding us all, of course, of the main goal here, those 2 candidate spots. Obviously, he is now ahead, and he'll be focusing absolutely on achieving that objective of qualifying for the next candidate. So 2 places at stake in the Open, and 1 place, Anna, in the women's with Leighton Jie out in front as well.
Yeah, of course. Right at the moment, Alireza and Leighton Jie, they have excellent chances, the best chances. But there are still 4 rounds to go, and the tables may turn. So I believe many actually players are still in this competition for these 2 places in the open section and 1 place.
Everything's still to play for. All kind of things can still happen here. The people at the top may not finish at the top, and those a bit lower down may in fact end up taking home the places and the top prizes. So we'll have to see. The only way to find out is to follow us, or the best way to find out. So we'll see you all tomorrow. Anna, thank you all for watching. Thanks to our team here as well. And thanks to Milan for the interviews. And thanks to the organizers, Anna, because it's a great event. And we're having a lovely time here. So we'll see you tomorrow.
See you.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
This is the Speed Chess Championship.
Finals going down here with Carlsen and Nakamura. The bullet portion comes to an end. Hikaru Nakamura is mathematically eliminated in his chances, and the bottom line is Magnus Carlsen shows why he is the Magnus Carlsen.
It has been Hikaru's Speed Chess Championship this 2018, and Wesley So had an amazing event this year as well, and we were tied heading into bullet before Hikaru Nakamura separated himself in the final portion.
He blunders his rook, and it's just, things are just not going well for Wesley.
They traded back and forth, landing heavy blows, but ultimately the heavyweight matchup is going to go toward Hikaru Nakamura's favor.
Hikaru will be winning his 3rd in a row.
Extremely impressive display. Once he actually faced a deficit, he has looked like the best Hikaru we've seen.